So good morning, friends at various centers and in this committee room.
Very good.
As you know, this course is about research methodology. And if you recall the process, research begins with the selection of a problem, defining the problem, stating the objectives, formulating the hypothesis, reviewing the literature, and then selection of research design, development of tool, selection of sample using an appropriate sampling technique, collection of data, followed by data analysis. Now, we assume that all these you have already been carried out, and now it is this time for writing the research report. Research report is nothing but the concluding activity of any piece of research or any project work. It's a concluding activity. That is, it has the research has already been carried out, and we want to report the findings, conclusion, and recommendation or suggestions, if any. So this session is about report writing. And before I go to report writing, because the report writing is nothing but involving communication through writing. So as a teacher or as a researcher, we need to know the ABC of effective written communication. So I'll not take much time, but I'll give you a brief overview of the importance of written communication and do's and don'ts regarding written communication. If you are also familiar with the functions the written communication can play, there are basically two roles. One is that it clarifies for both the writer and the reader, because it has been recognized as a indispensable part of any piece of research work or project work, as it records the importance, the purpose, the procedures, the statistics, results, reports, etc. in such a way that the writer himself in systematizing his own piece of research work or project work, as well as it will be beneficial to other readers who could make use of the findings in their situations. So that is why written communication plays a very important role. And secondly, the purpose is to inform the reader, to convey information, okay, to inform them about something. So these are the two basic functions of any written communication, whether it is a report writing, and reports are of various types, like say laboratory report, progress report, activity report, incident report, inventory report. There are various types of reports, okay, whether you are writing a letter, whether you are writing an article. So these are the two basic roles. Now, the systematic technique of writing any document, whether it is a report or something else. The first is establish the aim. You need to begin with an aim, because if you do not know why you are writing, then you will never get there, and even your readers will not get there along with you. So you have to specify the broad aim, followed by a list of you can say specific objectives. So that will help you to focus on those objectives, okay. Second is, you need to consider the reader. Who is your reader? Who is going to read your article or paper or report? Then devise the structure, prepare the first draft, and then edit and revise. So this is a systematic technique of writing any document. Now, aim is very important. So as a reader, you need to know why you are writing, what you hope to achieve through written communication. Consider the reader. That is what they already know. Of facts, what you can leave out. You need not repeat it. What they need to know determines what you should include in your report or in your other written communication, and what they want to know suggests the order and emphasis of your writing. So because if you know your reader well, message will flow very quickly, very smoothly. But if you do not know who your reader is, what are their qualities, then it will be very difficult to select suitable words for writing the document. So what kind of people are they? How well do you know them? What is their experience of the reports topic? What is their level of knowledge? What is their likely attitude to it? What is their personal involvement? And how do they rank the importance of topic like that? So as a writer, you need to ask these questions from yourself in terms of knowing your reader. Okay. Now you need to devise the structure. For devising the structure, you first of all organize your ideas. You prepare a list of ideas what you want to include in your report or in your any document. So list down main ideas and then jot down the subordinate ideas below the main ideas, and finally you evaluate those ideas and find out whether there is any repetition of ideas or not. So you can discard the repetition. Prepare a first draft, and as a writer you must know that every paper must contain 3 parts. One is the introduction, second is the body of the report, and third one is the conclusion. Introduction, the purpose is to introduce the readers about the objectives of your written communication. It is the first paragraph. It begins with a general statement about the topic and ends with a specific one. And the purpose is to let the reader know about what the topic is, inform the reader about your point of view, and arouse the reader's curiosity so that he or she will want to read about your topic. Now, body of the paper follows the introduction. Number of paragraphs are included in the body of the paper, which you develop your ideas in detail, but you have to limit each paragraph to one main idea, not more than one idea in one paragraph. And secondly, you need to prove your points continually by using specific examples, illustrations, quotations, etc. Since you know about your reader, so you need to use familiar language in which your readers can understand. So use transition words to ensure a smooth flow of ideas from one paragraph to another paragraph. And third component is the conclusion of the paper, the last paragraph. The purpose is to summarize your main ideas. You are not here including the specific examples. Now you are generalizing and you are restating the main idea of the paper. Okay. Now coming to revision of the first draft. First draft is ready. It doesn't mean that you will be submitting the report as such. You need to revise. You need to look at. So try to set aside this draft for a day or two, because if you immediately read it again, you will not be able to find any error. So it will be easier to view your work objectively and see any gaps. आपने कभी देखा होगा, जैसे आपने 2 महीने पहले या 6 महीने पहले कोई पेपर लिखा है, and if you start reading now, आप कहते हैं यार मैं उस दिन कितना बुद्धू था, मैंने कैसा लिखा है पेपर, राइट? उसी समय आप एरर जो है डिटेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, राइट? सो कुछ देर के लिए उसको रख दीजिए. सो रिवीजन इन्वॉल्व्स rethinking your ideas, refining your arguments, reorganizing the paragraphs, and rewording the sentences. Okay, and you need to develop your ideas in more detail, giving more evidence to support your claim, or delete material which is not relevant or which is not necessary. Read your paper out aloud. बोल के पढ़िए. आपको पता चलेगा कहां पर पॉज है, कहां कॉमा लगाना है, कहां फुल स्टॉप लगाना है. Sometimes it makes easier to identify writing that is very awkward or not clear. Or you can request your friend or your colleague to read the paper and ask him to tell you if there is anything which is not clear. He or she may give you very good feedback. Proof, read the final draft. Very important. Look for errors like misspelled words, incorrect punctuation, grammar, or unnecessary capitalization. So you need to look at. Or another technique is you read backwards. Read one line at a time. That is, for example, time, a, at, line, one, read. In this way, you will be able to find out any spelling error or anything which is not clear. You can also read long words syllable by syllable. That is, say, psychology. So in this way, you will be able to write the spelling of a word very correctly. Long words, spelling, mispronunciation. Okay. So in this way, you will be able to write it very clearly. And always have a hard copy of the paper, because it is very difficult to find any error on a computer. So take a printout, and spelling grammar checkers sometimes do not always catch errors. So you need to take a printout and read it. Now, check your report or document for clarity. Okay. Use very simple and understandable words, and avoid obscure words like, say, aforementioned. So a simple word is already discussed. Supersede. The simple word is replace. Attached herewith. We always are in the habit of writing attached herewith. So simply write attached. Issuance. The simple word is send. Cognizant means to know. Avoid abbreviations, acronyms, or technical jargons. You have to give a table of abbreviations or jargons or acronyms in the beginning of your report. Only then you can use those abbreviation or acronyms or jargons. It is always better to write or use verbs in the active voice rather than in the passive voice, because active voice sentence is very much you can say specific and clear to the reader. For example, overtime is favored by hourly workers. This is passive sentence. It's a long sentence. But instead of using passive, you use active verb like hourly workers favor overtime. Conciseness. Check for conciseness. So limit paragraph length. Let me give you one example. You read this version 1, and there is one full stop only, very long paragraph, and you will not be able to make out what is written in it. To maintain proper stock balance of respirators and canister elements, and to ensure the identification of physical limitations which may negate an individual's fit test, a GBC 16 respirator request and issue record will need to be submitted for each respirator requested for use. Very difficult to find out what is contained in this paragraph, because the paragraph is very lengthy and there is no there is only one sentence. Now I have rewritten this bigger paragraph. This is the version 2. Now you can very easily find out what is written. Please submit a GBC 16 respirator request and issue record for each requested respirator. We then can maintain proper respirator and canister element stock balances. We also can identify limitations which may negate an individual's previous fit test. So one long sentence is broken down into 3 sentences. Now these 3 sentences are very simple and you can easily understand what is asked or what is contained in the paragraph. Another is avoid shun words, that is those words which end with shun voice. I want you to take into consideration the following. Consideration. Simply write consider. The following. Came to the conclusion. Concluded or decided. Make revision. Again shun sound. Revise. Avoid camouflaged words. Sometimes the significance of one word is camouflaged with 2 or 3 more unnecessary words. For example, with the exception of. Now here the emphasis is on except, but there are unnecessary words with the, shun of. Okay, make an amendment to. Simple amend. Thanking you in advance. Thank you. For the purpose of discussing. Discuss. Another is omit unnecessary words, redundancies. For example, during the year of 2009, the year of is not needed. Simply write during 2009. Another is, it is needless to say. If it is needless to say, why to say then? So no need to write such words. The results so far achieved proved. You see, you have performed the activity, you have got the results. So far achieved. No need to mention. Simply write the results prove. Okay, because they have the results have also already been received. Now many a times we begin our letter to some outside agency with this sentence. This has reference to your letter number dated so and so on the subject mentioned above. No need to write this has. Simply write reference your letter number dated on the subject. Subject is already given there. Why to write mentioned above or stated above? We have been in the habit of writing these unnecessary words. Avoid wordy phrases. Okay, enclosed please find with. Enclosed is in accordance with, according to. I am in receipt of. Simply write received a great number of times, often. And also you check for accuracy, because many a times we search the literature through previous dissertations. अगर पिछले रिसर्चर ने कुछ रिव्यूज में गलती की हुई है, वो गलती जो है ट्रांसफर करेगी. कई बार आपने देखा होगा ईयर में मिस्टेक होती है, ऑथर के ईयर में, कभी उसके स्पेलिंग में मिस्टेक होती है, कंटेंट में ईयर कुछ और है, रेफरेंसेस में कुछ और है. सो इट इज ऑलवेज बेटर to access the you can say original manuscript. मान लीजिए एक और PhD स्कॉलर है, उसने काम किया हुआ उसी एरिया में जिसमें आप काम कर रहे हो, उसने कुछ स्टडीज के रेफरेंसेस दिए हुए हैं, लेकिन साथ में वो रेफरेंसेस में जर्नल का नाम वगैरह वगैरह लिखा हुआ है. सो यू नीड टू access those journals yourself to check for accuracy. Another is, you can ask questions before preparing final draft. So completeness, conciseness, and about these, ये checklist मैंने आपको दे दी है. You can go through it. Not very you can say difficult. These are the questions for correctness. तो ये मैं आपको print out दे के जा रहा हूँ, so you can go through it. Now coming to our topic, research report writing. As I said you in the beginning, report is a concluding activity of any piece of research or project work. Why concluding activity? Because you have already identified the problem, you have defined the problem, you have written down the objectives, You have formulated the hypothesis on the basis of review of literature. You have selected a suitable research design. You have also selected the sample. You have also developed the tool. You have collected the data. You have analyzed the data. Now is the time to report the findings. So research report means what the research was intended and how it was intended. So that is why we always write report in past tense. और ये research proposal से different है. Research proposal is about what is research, what research is to be intended and how is to be intended. So that is why it is written in future tense. Okay, it is to be reported, it is to be written in past tense. So report is an account brought by one person to another person, especially of some matter specially investigated. For example, in your organization, some incident has happened, and your boss asked you to investigate the incident, why it happened, okay, who were involved. So it means you are writing a report. So you are preparing a report for your boss. So it is an account brought by one person to another. Okay, you are preparing your ME thesis and submitting to Punjab University Chandigarh. Punjab University Chandigarh is evaluating your thesis. Okay, so it is a formal statement of the results of an investigation. Formal statement. You are publishing, you are sending your paper for publication in journal, or you are submitting your thesis for award of ME degree or PhD degree. So you are writing in a formal way, or any of any matter on which definite information is required, made by some person or body instructed. Say your boss asked you to report what you were doing at work, what progress have you made in the project, and how you will give the schedule for the next course of activity. So that is why you are writing a progress report. Okay, or it is required to do so. For example, you are doing ME thesis and there is a requirement of carrying out research work, and that is why you mention on the title page itself that a ME dissertation is submitted to some university in partial fulfillment to the requirement of Master of Engineering degree. You write because it is the requirement. Only then you will get the ME degree. So a formal statement of the results of an investigation or of any matter on which definite information is required, made by some person or body instructed or required to do so. This is the definition given in Oxford Dictionary. Whereas proposal is what project is intended and how it is to be intended, and like that. So it is written in future tense, report is written in past tense. Now, why report writing? The purpose is to supply a record of activities or work you have accomplished, record and clarify complex information for future reference. That is why you are preparing a report. You want to present information to a large number of people. You are preparing a report, because written communication is the cheapest and the reliable method to reach the target population. क्योंकि अगर मैं कोई इंफॉर्मेशन बोलकर बताता हूं और मैं काफी लोगों को बोलता हूं कि भाई ये आप सबको कन्वे कर दो, तो जो स्पोकन लैंग्वेज है, स्पोकन जो कम्युनिकेशन है, जो अंत में जिस व्यक्ति के पास पहुंचेगी वो सेम मैसेज नहीं रहेगा, उसमें डिस्टॉर्शन आ जाएगी. Whereas written communication is a reliable method of reaching the target population, and it ensures that they all receive the same message, isn't it? आप रीड आउट कर रहे हैं, सबके पास एक पन्ना पहुंच गया, कागज पहुंच गया. Somebody is very fast at reading, somebody is very slow at reading, so he or she can read at his or her own pace, but the message is clear to everybody. So that is why written message or written communication is very cheap and very you can say reliable method. So you can present information to a large number of audience. You can record problems you have encountered. Say you are organizing a seminar, you have encountered number of problems, you are preparing the proceeding, you can report all those things. Okay, how many papers were presented, what problems you have faced, and so on. You can document the schedule, the timetable, the milestones, recommend future action. Purpose is to document current state of affair, or the purpose is to record the procedure. These are the basic purposes of report writing, and reports are of two kinds: formal reports and informal reports. The format of formal reports contain the title page, table of content, abstract bhi hota hai, and you need not include all these things in case of informal report, because informal reports are are written for you can say in-house circulation. These are not sent to outside agencies. Formal reports are sent to some outside agency. Say you have taken some grant from DST, okay, for carrying out some research work, and finally you are submitting the report, so it must contain the title page. मैं आपको आगे बताऊंगा कि टाइटल पेज में क्या क्या इंक्लूड करना है, ओके, और लिस्ट ऑफ टेबल या जो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट है वो कैसे लिखना है. लेकिन जो इंटरनल है, से आप आपके एचओडी ने आपको बोला यू नीड टू राइट द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द वर्क यू हैव कैरिड आउट ऑन ए पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट, तो उसमें फॉर्मेट जो है सिंपल है. फॉर्मल रिपोर्ट का जो स्कोप है, इट अटैक्स ऑल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ ए लार्ज प्रॉब्लम, वेयर एज द इनफॉर्मल रिपोर्ट का जो स्कोप है, इट इज वेरी नैरो एंड लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ इसमें एस्पेक्ट्स हैं. Purpose of formal report is decision making process. On the basis of your findings, decision is made, whereas the purpose of informal report is to give the departmental information or the action. Formal reports are read by several readers, क्योंकि आज के जमाने में जैसे हम बोलते हैं शोध गंगा एक वेब पोर्टल है, सारे डेजर्टेशन सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के वहां पढ़े हैं. नाउ इट इज एक्सेसिबल टू एवरीबॉडी, नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया, आउटसाइड इंडिया आल्सो. ओके, आप एक टॉपिक डालेंगे, यू विल गेट ए लिस्ट ऑफ पीएचडी डेजर्टेशन, कौन कौन से किस किस एरिया में हुए हैं. सो यू हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल. सो इट इज रेड बाय सेवरल पीपल, वेयर एज द इनफॉर्मल रिपोर्ट के जो रीडर हैं, it may be one person or maybe few HODs. Now coming to types of reports. One is the accident report or incident report. What happened? How did it happen? When did it happen? Why did it happen? Who was involved? Like that. So you are preparing an accidental report. Inventory report. You have laboratory workshops, you have central store, and your boss asks you to prepare an inventory report, which will contain what is in storage and what needs to be ordered. ठीक है ना, कि भी मान लीजिए अगले सेमेस्टर के लिए प्लानिंग करनी है, तो यू कैन प्लान आउट. तो दिस इज इन्वेंटरी रिपोर्ट. Staff utilization report. Is staff sufficient and efficiently you can say used? Because sometimes we ask for more manpower and the boss says you give me the staff utilization report, and on the basis of staff utilization, you will give the justification for more requirement. Progress or activity report. What is our status? Weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually. Travel report. Because in many organizations, it is mandatory to write a travel report. Say one faculty member is sent for training to some other organization. The management wants him or her to write a travel report. Field visit के लिए आप गए हैं तो field visit report. Okay. Laboratory report. How did we do it? Why test was performed? How it was performed? What test results were? And what follow-up action, if any, is required? So you prepare a laboratory report. Performance appraisal report. How is an employee doing on the job? Or the study report, study visit report. So these are various types of reports. The systematic technique of writing I have already discussed. That is, you will begin with aim. You will consider the reader. You will prepare the. You will devise the structure. कि पहले क्या आएगा, फिर क्या आएगा, फिर क्या आएगा. Okay. Sequence. यानी ideas हैं. Ideas को sequence में लिखेंगे. फर्स्ट ड्राफ्ट रेडी करेंगे, उसके बाद उसको रिवीजन एडिटिंग वगैरह करेंगे. तो कोई भी रिपोर्ट हो. और जस्टिफिकेशन रिपोर्ट, रिकमेंडेशन रिपोर्ट. व्हाई वी नीड लार्ज बजट दिस ईयर, व्हाई वी नीड द मटेरियल ऑन दिस डे, व्हाई वी नीड दीज इक्विपमेंट्स एटसेट्रा. आप बजट बनाते हैं अपने डिपार्टमेंट का, डायरेक्टर के पास जाता है, वहां प्रेजेंटेशन होती है, तो जब आपको जस्टिफिकेशन देनी है कि आपको किस लिए चाहिए. So it means it is also a report. So all these reports share certain generic similarities in format. सबका कुछ ना कुछ similar है. Development and style. Now coming to the format of a formal report, thesis, etc. जो भी कुछ आप कह सकते हैं. And the format, if you look at the format, there are 3 sections. One is the preliminary section, or you can say preliminary material. Body of the report, 4 major chapters: the introduction, the methodology, presentation and analysis of data, summary, conclusions, and recommendations. And then the third section is the reference material. So these are the 3 basic steps. Now let us take these one by one. First is the preliminary material. First, transmittal correspondence. This page is included in those reports which you are submitting to outside agencies. And sometimes outside agency asks you to conduct a study on their behalf. So that is why transmittal correspondence is given. तो टाइटल पेज, इसमें सबसे पहले टाइटल पेज है. देन स्टेटमेंट ऑफ व्हेन इट वाज रिक्वेस्टेड. से आपको डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन हरियाणा ने आपको एक बोला कि ये आपने रिपोर्ट कंडक्ट करनी है, ये आपने रिसर्च कैरी आउट करनी है. सो स्टेटमेंट ऑफ व्हेन इट वाज रिक्वेस्टेड. व्हाट इज द पर्पस of the project or the research, the scope, and the acknowledgements. Now, what is to be included in the title page? Title of the or the topic of the report. Name or title of the person to whom it is addressed. बाहर की एजेंसी के लिए किया है तो उसका नाम आएगा. And if you are submitting the thesis to university, you will say a dissertation submitted to some university. You can write down the name of the university under Faculty of Engineering and Technology for award of PhD degree. Or we write a dissertation submitted to Punjab University Chandigarh in partial fulfillment to the requirement of Master of Engineering under the Faculty of Engineering and Technology. Then the name of the author and the institution to which they belong. Date of completion भी आएगा, or presentation you can say. And all the title is to be written in capital letters, and the inverted pyramid, that is, they say title runs on two three lines. First line will be longer, second line will be slightly shorter, third line will be shorter than the second line. Okay, so inverted pyramid. Then you will have a page on acknowledgement. You will acknowledge your thesis to only those persons who have provided you sufficient support while the conduct of your research work. Many times we have noticed that some researchers, they acknowledge their family members, parents, children, husband, wife. भैया उनकी सपोर्ट के बिना तो कुछ नहीं है, वो तो पक्की बात है, लेकिन यहां लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. Here you will acknowledge your work only to those individuals who have provided you substantial help while in the conduct of research, or while in reporting, or while typing the document, etc. और या जहां उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के प्रिंसिपल या HOD जिन्होंने आपको permission दिया है for carrying out the work or for providing the infrastructure or equipment, etc. A technical support person, etc. Then in case of ME thesis, PhD dissertation, a candidate has to give the declaration that he or she has carried out the work and it is his or her own work. So declaration is also needed by some of the universities. Then you will prepare the table of contents. Why a table of content is very important? Because there are various types of readers who want to know specific information. And if you have arranged the whole thesis, आपने देखा बुक में टेबल ऑफ कंटेंट होता है, चैप्टर्स आर अरेंज्ड, उनके पेज नंबर दिए होते हैं. आपको सारी बुक नहीं पढ़नी. अगर मान लीजिए आपने एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़ने हैं या थीसिस में ऑब्जेक्टिव या पर्पस पढ़ना है, तो यू विल गो टू द टेबल ऑफ कंटेंट and find out on which page the objectives or the methodology appear. You will quickly go to that page. You are not interested in reading the rest of the material. So table of content is very important, and in which you will include the list of preliminary material. उनको आप Roman numerals में डालेंगे, the body and the reference material in the same sequence as they occur in the report, and the page on which these begin. Then you will also include a list of tables. All tables which you have prepared in the thesis or dissertation or the report, you will arrange. Okay. So say table 2.1. It means the first table of chapter 2. You will write its title of the table and the page number on which it appeared. So you will prepare a table. You will write the list of tables in tabular format. First column is serial number, second column is table number, third column is the heading of that table, and fourth column is the page number on which it appears. Likewise, you will also prepare a list of figures or illustrations or abbreviations, if any. ये सारा जो है, all these components belong to preliminary material. एक और पार्ट है प्रीलिमिनरी का, that is the abstract. Abstract is also very important because there are some researchers who first of all want to know what you have carried out and what are the main findings. जर्नल में आर्टिकल आप पढ़ते हो, तो आप सारा पेपर नहीं पढ़ते. आप टाइटल से अंदाजा लगाते हैं कि ये पेपर जो है मेरी रिसर्च के लिए रेलेवेंट है, तो पहले आप एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़ते हो. एंड on reading the abstract you can make out whether you want to read the whole of the paper or it is sufficient. आप उसको आइडेंटिफाई कर लेते हो, उसके बाद उसको डिटेल में बाद में कंप्लीट पढ़ते हो पेपर को. So it helps the busy reader who has no time to read anything else. So it is very important. Abstract. It helps those who do intend to read whole report but would appreciate a small précis first. Sentence structure, short sentences, highly informative, logically consistent, क्योंकि इसमें हमने irrelevant material नहीं लिखना, right? Main purpose, some small procedure and the main findings. Okay, so no abbreviation is जहां पर लिखेंगे because the readers are not known about various abbreviation, तो यहाँ abbreviation नहीं होगी. Complete sentences, third person past tense में लिखेंगे because मैंने पहले बोला है report is written after the research is carried out, and you will limit it to specified number of words. Sometimes there is a requirement of a particular journal that your abstract should not include more than 200 words or 300 words or 500 words. So accordingly you will limit it to. Okay, and top bottom margin जो पेज का है 25 millimeter, left hand margin 35 millimeter and right hand margin 25 millimeter. ये सारे thesis में. Otherwise every university has his own you can say the format. तो आप उस यूनिवर्सिटी का रिक्वायरमेंट देखिए कि लेफ्ट हैंड साइड मार्जिन, राइट हैंड साइड मार्जिन, टॉप बॉटम मार्जिन कितना होना चाहिए, वेदर द रिपोर्ट इज टू बी रिटन ऑन न्यू टाइम्स रोमन और एरियल, ये सारी चीजें वो बताती हैं. फॉन्ट साइज क्या है, फॉन्ट टाइप क्या है, यू हैव टू फॉलो दैट. तो फॉन्ट साइज कितना है वो भी आपको उतना ही लिखना है, राइट, अगर वो थीसिस है. नाउ कमिंग टू द बॉडी ऑफ द रिपोर्ट. First chapter is about the introduction. So the purpose is to let the reader knows the reason why you undertook the project, what you expected to find out, and why this study is very important. So it means you give a small introduction. You will also define the problem. And before definition of the problem, you have to write the justification, significance of the problem, emergence of the study. Okay, ऐसे कुछ heading है. Need of the study, उसके बाद statement of the problem आएगा. Then some authors they prefer for a separate chapter on review of literature, और कुछ जो है readers, कुछ जो writers हैं they include review of literature chapter in the introduction chapter only. तो कभी कभी ये requirement भी होती है that you have to write separate chapter. So establish a theoretical base. बहुत बार हमने देखा है dissertation review is given, लेकिन review को summarize नहीं किया end में, because on the basis of review, on the basis of summary of the review, you formulate the hypothesis. ये hypothesis आपके direct होंगे या null hypothesis होंगे. So review of literature के basis के ऊपर you will establish a theoretical base, and then statement of hypothesis, prediction of facts, relationship based on existing information, or you can test them experimentally or empirically. Then you will also include another heading in the chapter on introduction, that is the delimitation. Okay, delimitation could be in existing reference population, treatment, or instrument used. For example, topic is to study the effect of computer assisted instruction on achievement of students in digital electronics. Now the population is huge. You can delimit that. The present study was limited or delimited to 200 students studying in the third semester in the subject of digital electronics in say 4 engineering colleges of Punjab state. You are not any, that is the other readers could know that your results are based upon the data collected only from these institutions. ठीक है, तो हमने इसमें सारा कुछ जो है ट्रूथफुली इसमें मेंशन करना है. सो डिलिमिटेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट में जैसे मैंने बोला CI पैकेज है, so I can say that we have taken CI package as the experimental treatment, and to compare with the control group we have taken the conventional method. Okay, और some instruments भी आपके पास ये instruments available हैं, हमने इनके ऊपर जो है experiment perform किया है. Okay, and then you have to write down the operational definitions of the terms. Thesis का टाइटल है effectiveness of computer assisted instruction on achievement of students in digital electronics. तो इसमें कौन से टर्म्स आए हैं? एक तो आया टर्म कंप्यूटर असिस्टेड इंस्ट्रक्शन. यू हैव टू डिफाइन इट. व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय कंप्यूटर असिस्टेड इंस्ट्रक्शन? बिकॉज format could vary from one stage to another stage, or from one person to another person. BCI पैकेज को वो क्या समझता है, एंड अचीवमेंट could mean differently. Okay, तो आपके थीसिस में अचीवमेंट का पर्पस क्या, मीनिंग क्या है? एंड द डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, बिकॉज ये भी बहुत बड़ा है इसका स्कोप. तो व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स? So you have to give the definition of these terms. You have to provide operational definitions. Then the second chapter is about the methodology, which would begin with research design. Which research design you have chosen for carrying out the project, and you have to provide the justification. And the subject, the number of respondents, उनका क्लासिफिकेशन कैसे किया, उनका सिलेक्शन कैसे किया, वेदर रैंडम लिया, क्लस्टर रैंडम सैम्पलिंग लिया, एंड सो मेनी. देन डाटा गैदरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, उसका लिस्ट देंगे, एंड इफ द डाटा गैदरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट इज ऑलरेडी कंस्ट्रक्टेड, तो उस ऑथर का नेम और उस टूल के कितने कंपोनेंट्स हैं, कितनी डायमेंशंस हैं, उसका रिलायबिलिटी क्वोशंट कितना है, और वैलिडिटी क्या है. बट इफ यू हैव डेवलप्ड योर ओन टूल, then you have to write the procedure of developing the tool, procedure for computing the reliability and validity, right? So data gathering instruments. Then the procedure, say in my case, मैंने example लिया effectiveness of computer assisted instruction on achievement of students in digital electronics. I would say the study was carried out in 3 phases. In phase 1, the tools were developed like CI package and achievement test. They were developed. In the second phase, the students were administered achievement test as pre-test, followed by teaching learning for say 15 days. And in the third phase, the achievement test as post test was administered. और प्रोसीजर में आपने ऑब्जर्वेशन भी लिखनी है कि while conduct of data आपने कौन सी प्रॉब्लम्स एनकाउंटर की, कौन सी प्रॉब्लम फेस की, आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस क्या रहे. यू हैव टू मेंशन एनवायरनमेंट कैसा था. एंड देन द स्टैटिस्टिकल टूल्स, से मेरे इस केस में आई विल से दैट डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स, namely central tendency, variation, skewness and kurtosis were computed to study the nature of distribution of data. And then one-way analysis of variance was computed to find out the significance of difference between means of the two groups, or to infer the results. Okay, so in this way you will write down which statistical techniques you have chosen for analysis of data. And then the third chapter is about presentation and analysis of data. Now here you will tabulate the data, frequency distribution tables will be prepared, frequency polygons will be drawn to study the nature of distribution of data, figures, tables, illustrations for examining the data more closely, readily. Then the data analysis you will write down. अगर आपने SPSS सॉफ्टवेयर से उसको एनालाइज किया है उसका मेंशन करेंगे, उसकी जो कंप्यूटेशंस हैं वो डालेंगे, प्रिंट आउट आएगा उसका. And then the presentation of the findings and interpretation of results. फाइंडिंग्स को आप प्रेजेंट करेंगे. इंटरप्रिटेशन कैसे करेंगे? जब आपने फाइंड आउट किया कि आपका सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस आया, ओके, तो यू हैव टू राइट डाउन द पॉसिबल रीजंस एंड यू हैव टू सपोर्ट दिस फाइंडिंग with the review of literature which you have already carried out. You will mention कि भी ये स्टडी जो है, these support my findings, these studies do not support my findings. वो आपको जो रिव्यू लिखा है उसका यहाँ पर कनेक्शन आएगा. And you will write down why, what is the possible reason that you got the not significant result. You have to mention the possible reason and you have to supplement with some studies. So presentation of findings and interpretation of results. Then the final chapter is about the summary, the conclusion and the recommendations. So in this chapter, you will write introduction in one paragraph, followed by justification of your problem, and one paragraph about the summary of review of literature, followed by research design, sample, tools taken, data analysis, बहुत short में, and then the findings, main findings, and also the conclusion, as well as the implication of your study. आपकी ये जो स्टडी हुई है इसका जो सिग्निफिकेंस है कहां पर होगा, किस वर्ड ऑफ वर्क में इसको यूज किया जा सकता है, राइट? तो यू हैव टू गिव द एप्लीकेशन ऑफ योर फाइंडिंग्स in some situations. You have to write down. And the third section was the reference section. इसमें people have been using these two terms, bibliography and references, interchangeably. The meaning is slightly different. Bibliography cites works for background or for further study. References कौन से होते हैं? That specifically support your research because you are referring, okay? लेकिन हम कंबाइन कर देते हैं रेफरेंस और बिब्लियोग्राफी इकट्ठा लेके, उसमें बुक को भी हमने पढ़ा उसका भी रेफरेंस दे दिया वगैरह वगैरह. एंड दीज आर रिटन इन अल्फाबेटिकल ऑर्डर, और समटाइम इसको हम क्रोनोलॉजिकल नंबर में देते हैं जिस नंबर में टेक्स्ट में वो अपीयर हो रहा है, राइट? And then appendix is another part of reference material. So you see sometimes some information or some data does not find an adequate place in the text of your report, but it is also very important. You append at the end. Say मैंने achievement test बनाया, अचीवमेंट टेस्ट का मैंने रेफरेंस दे दिया दैट इट इज अपेंडेड एट पेज नंबर सो एंड सो, या मैंने जो है इंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल बनाया दैट इज गिवन एट द एंड. सो वो उसको सीक्वेंस वहां पर उसका सीक्वेंस फिट नहीं बैठता. सो ए बियरिंग ऑन द रिपोर्ट बट कैनॉट बी इजीली फिटेड इनटू द बॉडी ऑफ द रिपोर्ट, सो इट इज अपेंडेड एट द एंड. नाउ रूल्स फॉर राइटिंग टेबल्स. एक तो पहली बात है जितने भी टेबल्स हैं उनमें यूनिफॉर्मिटी होनी चाहिए. तो टाइटल होना चाहिए इंक्लूडिंग द रेफरेंट और सोर्स ऑफ कंटेंट. कई बार हम टेबल तो ले लेते हैं कहीं और से लेकिन उसका सोर्स नहीं दिया. अगर तो आपने खुद बनाया है डेटा एनालिसिस के लिए फ्रीक्वेंसी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, देन इट्स ओके, उसका टाइटल देंगे. बट इफ यू हैव टेकन इट फ्रॉम सम अदर सोर्स, उसका नीचे सोर्स आएगा, रेफरेंस आएगा. सब हेडिंग फॉर रोज एंड कॉलम्स सो दैट एनीबॉडी कैन अंडरस्टैंड. इट शुड बी सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी. ये जो टेबल है लिमिटेड इंफॉर्मेशन होनी चाहिए, नॉट वेरी क्राउडी. टेबल ऑन ए सिंगल पेज. कई बार पेज टेबल बड़ा आता है तो आधा इस टेबल पे आ गया, पेज पे आ गया, आधा अगले पेज पे आ गया. ऐसा नहीं, हमने उसकी सेटिंग ऐसे करनी है कि एक ही पेज पे वो अपीयर हो. टेबल फॉर्मेट कंसिस्टेंट होने चाहिए सारे थीसिस में, एंड हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइंस होनी चाहिए. फॉर एग्जांपल ये मैंने बनाया टेबल 2.1, means and standard deviation of first semester students in Punjab. Okay, so measures are taken: English, physics, chemistry, mathematics, drawing. Okay, then mean and standard deviation of experimental group 1, mean and standard deviation of group 2, and mean and standard deviation of group 3 control group. So this table you can prepare 2.1 because it is appearing in the chapter 2 and it is the first table. This is the format of a formal report: table of contents, acknowledgement, it is appearing on second page, list of table, list of figure, abstract, then the chapter. So first chapter is introduction, it runs on 13 pages. Okay, उसके बाद उसकी decimal classification कर दिया. 1.1 is the statement of the problem, it is appearing on page number 1, literature review on page number 4, bibliography from 51 to 55, appendix is from 56 to 58 page. So this is the complete format of a formal report. List of tables, ये आपने शुरू में देना है reference material में. 1.1 table heading and page number on which it appears. Likewise 3.1 table 3, so list of table, and likewise you can prepare for list of figures or abbreviations, etc. So this is about the format of a research report. Now if you have any clarification, you want to have any clarification, quickly we can go through it. Yes, तो पहले तो मैं जो यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं आप ही से मैं पहले पूछता हूँ, any query you want to have? Yes? No?
Sir, in case of delimitation, we have to write the limitation, or we have to write the technique also.
You can write the technique also. Because I am restricting my research work to this technique only. Because examiner may ask you, why didn't you use this technique? There are so many techniques. Why you took this technique? You have to write down that my research is restricted to this technique because of. You have to write 1 or 2 reasons why you are taking up this. मान लीजिए 5-6 टेक्निक्स हैं, आप कह सकते हो 5-6 टेक्निक्स के ऊपर तो बहुत रिसर्च हो चुकी है, बट इस टेक्निक को सिर्फ 1 या 2 ने किया है, बट आई वांट टू अगेन यूज इट, तो यू हैव टू मेंशन. हाँ जी, अभी हम सेंटर्स में चलते हैं. इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेरी यू आर वेलकम.
Sir, good morning.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
How to chapters, sir?
हेलो
Sir, good morning, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
This is from Government Engineering College, Hassan, sir.
ओके,
Sir, how to organize our chapters?
how to organize your chapter? I have already discussed that your first chapter should be on introduction, which may include the introduction about the specific terms, followed by review, and then the statement of the problem, objectives, and hypothesis. Second chapter is about the methodology, in which you can write down the research design you have chosen, the procedure you will be using, and the statistical technique you would employ. Third chapter is about analysis of data and presentation of your results, and fourth chapter is about summary.
Write exclusively separate chapter for review of literature?
Yes, you can also write the review of literature on a separate chapter. Because some universities they allow for writing the review of literature chapter separately. Some university says that you have to mention it in the introduction chapter only.
Any restriction is there to make a number of chapters?
There is no restriction, but overall the format is that it is introduction, the methodology, the analysis of data, and then the findings, that is the summary. Otherwise you can also have say 2 chapters on analysis of data, You have also developed some tool. You can write a separate chapter on the development of a tool. Okay.
Sir, this same writing report, is it possible to categorize for UG, PG, or PhD, or PDA, post?
Sir, format is the same, but the scope of work is limited. In case of ME thesis, scope of work can be more in case of PhD dissertation, because in PhD case, the candidate is given 4 years. In ME thesis, only 6 months. In BTech project, only 1 month. So you can restrict the scope of the work to be carried out. Otherwise, the format would remain the same.
Students, they are new to write a report on the project. How to simplify and how to present the students about the to write a report. Shall we, what you already discussed, the same thing shall we present?
Yes.
Simplify.
You can show this video recording, okay, or you can hand over my handout, because I will be presenting the handout today. The handouts will be uploaded, so you can give one copy of handout or the soft copy of the handout to the students, because it will include all the format.
One last question, sir. Is there any necessity for including a certificates from the institutes and other institute where we done the projects?
It is the requirement of specific university, because sometimes we want that the candidate should declare that he has carried out the work himself. अगर बाद में पता चलता है that he has taken from some other source, then it will be his responsible. He will be at fault.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sir, I am calling from MM University, Mulana, sir.
Okay.
I have a question, sir. Actually, at the time of application, of the different research grant or in the different research bodies, so there have the mentioned the limited the what?
Limited?
Limited word for the research methodology, maybe the 200 words or 300 words.
Hmm.
So in research methodology, just you have described that in the research design, subjects, data gathering by analysis instruments, and the procedures and statistical tool. So if you just describe how to, I will write, but we will write in 300 word and 200 word, and if you give any examples, so it will be helpful to us, sir.
Sir, have you seen the abstract of any research paper in a journal? You will see that everything is included in the abstract, and an abstract is of 300 words or 200 words. So you have to very smartly include. You have to choose those words in which maximum information can be given. So you have to be very smart in writing. You prepare one draft and you see how it can be again cut shortened to limited words. So ये आप एक दो बार जो है करेंगे तो you will be able to write down. अभी यूनिवर्सिटी जो है, they ask the candidate to write down the citation, and citation is only in 100 words. And this is the creativity on the part of the student and his supervisor, how to write down main thing in 100 words only, because at the time of convocation the students are given citation. So citation में उसका main thesis का emphasis है. So how you are writing, ये एक skill है. इसको पहले आप बड़ा करेंगे, बड़े को छोटा करते करते you will be able to write down in few words. It requires practice.
Sir, again, sir, another request to you, sir, if you describe the little parts of the research methodology, yes, you have, and it was a very well, and we got the very informative things.
Hello.
Again, sir, if you describe.
Sir, I have already described the research methodology was taken up in the first on the first very day by Dr. Mrs. Bedi. The salient features of research process was already discussed. Lekin research report mein you have to write down all these 4. That is, the introduction will include this, the definition of the problem, the objective, the specific objective, hypothesis, review. Second chapter mein methodology, which will include the selection of research design, why you have taken this research design, how you have selected the sample, how you have developed the tools, which statistical technique you will employ, and what is the procedure of carrying out the study. ये सारा कुछ आप लिखेंगे. मैंने already mention किया यहाँ पर.
Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Sir, we are from ABS Engineering College, Ghaziabad.
Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी. Please continue.
Sir, it was about the list of contents. Is there
List
any
of?
specific format for this, for writing a formal report and an informal report, or we can write it there anyway?
Sir, if you recall, in the very beginning, I have given you the comparison between the formats of formal report and informal report. Okay, formal report.
Sir,
हाँ जी.
I was more specific about the list of contents.
Informal report is circulated in the institute itself, so there is no need to have the title of the study, etc. Table of content is not needed. List of figures are not required. So फॉर्मल रिपोर्ट में ही ये सब कुछ मेंशन करना है. ये मैं आपको एक जो है अपलोड कर देंगे हैंड आउट. यू कैन फाइंड आउट.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
From MIT Meerut.
हाँ जी.
Look, is there a specific format for review of literature?
Okay, so the format is that you will write, say, the author name is say Mukesh Kumar Arora. You will write Arora within bracket the year, studied, okay, or reported or observed. तो वो findings main आएगी उस paragraph में.
Should
It
be
should be limited to only 4 or 5 sentences or 4 or 5 lines. तो ये सारे में consistent रखेंगे और इसको chronological order में लिखेंगे. ये नहीं that you are reporting, say, review on computer assisted instruction. पहले आपने 2016 का दे दिया, फिर आपने नेक्स्ट में 2009 का दे दिया, फिर 2012 का दे दिया, फिर 2016 का दे दिया. ऐसा नहीं है. You have to write in a chronological order कि सबसे पहले से 1992 में किसी ने किया था, उसने क्या फाइंड आउट किया, फिर 93 में अप टू रिसेंट तक जाएंगे.
okay. Should it be in a tabular form?
ना टैबुलर फॉर्म नहीं चाहिए. आप उसको पैराग्राफ में लेंगे. बिकॉज टैबुलर फॉर्म में कैसे डाल सकते हो, बिकॉज टेबल तो बहुत बड़े हो जाएंगे ना. बिकॉज देयर आर सो मेनी स्टडीज. आप उनको कंपेयर करना चाहते हैं तो कंपैरिजन के लिए एंड में एक पैराग्राफ दे सकते हो और दी समरी ऑफ ऑल दी रिव्यू.
Okay.
उसको अपने टैबुलर फॉर्म में देना तो वो दे सकते हो.
Thank you, sir.
हाँ जी. ओके.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
So this is from SPFU Bangalore.
ओके.
So actually, we have referred various journals for our research work.
ओके.
So as far as the results and discussion part is concerned,
हाँ.
our results, few of our results are matching with our one authors. How to relate this with that?
Ah, yes. You see, when you are reporting your findings and you have found the result which is in line with some other result, then you have to say that this person have the finding of this person support our findings.
Okay.
उनका, you have to mention their reference also.
Okay. So yeah, sir. That's
But-
what I'm asking.
But you have to use a different technique. You have you have taken a different sample, but
Okay.
luckily or unluckily, these are matching. So you will write that these support my findings and these do not support my findings. This is how you will report.
Okay. Sir, we have to cite it, the number, or we have to write the name of the author there.
You can cite the number also if you have chosen the citing the review in form of number. You can cite the number, or if you have to have the same, you have to have the consistency in your thesis work. If you are using number, you write number. If you are using name, the author's last name along with the year, you mention that.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Same, you have to keep the uniformity.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
हेलो.
हाँ जी. Hello, ma'am.
Sir, my query is again related to literature survey itself. For UG level, what number of papers are to be referred, sir, for BE?
It is it cannot be decided how many number. It depends. If the student is able to access to the journals very easily, he can quote say 20 articles. And if some research work is hardly carried out somewhere word over, then he or she will have few number of papers. So that depends, and that depends also how much time he has got with him, whether your college possess adequate number of journals, whether facility of online journals available. Because if journals are not available, where the student can go? You have to, as a teacher, you have to tell him about the sources of the material.
Okay, sir. So one more thing, while giving the literature survey, can they prepare a sort of table saying like author number one and the paper advantages and the drawbacks, or para-wise it is to be written?
First, you write parawise, and
Okay.
then at the end you give the summary of the review. Okay,
Okay.
that can be given in the form of a table.
Okay.
That you are concluding all the results carried out by different authors.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Fine, sir. Thank you.
Welcome. If we have more questions, it should not be very lengthy. Title of the problem should not be very lengthy, that it should not have three or four lines. And you can write a very crisp title. Okay, and the main thing you can write in the introduction chapter. Hanji.
Hello, sir. Morning. This is Swati from MIT Jammu.
Hanji.
I have a question. Basically, I want to know what should be the content in preface and in the abstract portion of a report. What should be the difference between the two?
I think it is always to write only one. Either you write preface or you write abstract. Because
So there is
otherwise,
no need to write both of them.
You write abstract only, because it is the acceptable terminology.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Because in the preface you simply write the organization of your chapters. Okay, so no need to mention that. So simply write the abstract.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
So if we have no more questions, then we can take 1 minute only, because our next speaker has already arrived. So the next about SPSS software, यही है ना? कल हुआ नहीं था. So the next session is about analysis of data through SPSS software. So the what has already arrived. So we will break for tea and quickly come at 11 o'clock. Okay? Yes. So Dr. Tulsi ने मुझे बोला था. So I have to finish it very 15 minutes before. हंस क्यों रहे हो? आपने क्यों? आपने ना तो बनाना होता है ना किसी
Sir, secret.
Hello, am I audible? Center, can audible? Hello. Am I audible? Yes, sir. हेलो हेलो जा रही है
अच्छा कुछ लगा लो पहले
स्पीकर लगा दूं यही बढ़िया सर हाँ जी सर
तो इसमें मुझे नहीं ठीक है स्पीकर पर स्पीकर हम काम करते हैं लास्ट टाइम आया था आपने
ये स्पीकर भी नहीं है ग्रीन वाली होगी
there is some system problem
इन अपने अच्छी है जी 5 बार 4 बार
इतने तो हम शिफ्ट कर लेते प्रॉब्लम नहीं करते फिर करूँ मैं उनको बोलो 11:30 शुरू कर देते 1:30 बजे तक चला देंगे और क्या
तो फिर शिफ्ट कर दो क्योंकि मैम नहीं मैम स्पीकर नहीं रिस्पॉन्स नहीं कर रहे हैं
नहीं छोड़ दो आप उसको ऑन करो आप मैं 2 मिनट में ट्रांसफर करता हूँ इस पे लोड करके चला देते हैं आप उनको इन्फॉर्म कर सकते हैं कि हम लोग 10 मिनट में शुरू करेंगे
तो बोल सकते हैं in the meantime
So, good morning everyone at various centers and happy Holi Lodi. Holi kitho aa gayi? Happy Lodi to everyone and to the participant on this side also. And it is my proud privilege to introduce to all of you an eminent academician and a trainer, Dr. Suresh Kumar Sharma, who is coordinator of Center for Systems Biology and Bio. इन्हीं आवाज कितने वैसे ही ऊंचा बोल दिया हाँ जी who is a professor in the Department of Statistics, Punjab University, Chandigarh, and also the coordinator for Center for Systems Biology and Bioinformatics, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Sir has a very rich and varied experience of 22 years in teaching and research, and he is a recipient of number of awards, including Best Research Award from Medical Research, AIMS, New Delhi, Jacob Wolfers Award 2003 from USA, St. God Award in 2010 for the best paper in environmental health, Shiksha Ratan Award in 2011, Best Citizen Award, India Award 2012. He is also been on the advisory board for London School of Management Education, London, and he has been visiting professor to National Institute of Health, Bethesda, USA in 2014, visiting scientist to National Institute of Health again 2015, and he was appointed Ambassador Asian Council of Science Editors in 2016. He has also undertaken projects in the area which include public health and pollution control in Asia in collaboration with Health Effects Institute, Boston, USA, professionalization of youth work in collaboration with Commonwealth Secretariat, UK, project on dental caries with Chandigarh administration, role of biomarkers in detection of early pregnancy complications with ICMR and Genetics Center, Government Medical College Hospital, then working with World Health Organization and Indian Council for Medical Research on 2 other projects related to mother and child health care. In addition, Sir has to his credit about 75 research papers in various national and international journals, and he has attended and delivered talks in more than 25 international conferences and delivered more than 300 invited talks in India. So I'm extremely thankful to the expert for the session who has accepted our invitation to be with us and deal with data analysis through SPSS. So I welcome Dr. Suresh Sharma to the session. Friends, just give us 2-3 minutes. We are downloading the file to another system, and within 2-3 minutes, we'll start our session. In the meantime, if any person, I think all the center, all the participants are with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just give me 2 minutes. We are going to start our last formal session of the program on data analysis through SPSS. Thank you very much. And सबको आप kindly बोल दीजिए participants को 2 o'clock we'll start our valedictory with a post test followed by the course evaluation and then the valedictory session. उसमें होली की छुट्टी आ गई तेरा तो होली माइंड में रहेगी लोडिंग
Good morning and happy Lodi to all the participants from different centers. Sorry for the delay because there was some technical problem. We do not have the SPSS system loaded, but anyhow, this is going to be, I think, the last session of the 5 days program. Screen is available. Okay. So as I mentioned that this will be the last session for this 5 days program, and session is going to be on statistical techniques using SPSS. See, SPSS now has become an integral part of any research. People know SPSS stands for Statistical Package for Social Sciences, but this is not true. Its real name is Statistical Product and Service Solutions. That is the real name of SPSS, Statistical Product and Service Solutions. Now, before giving you the actual overview of SPSS and how to enter the data into SPSS, certain basics are required, which I would like to cover. And hopefully, they will help you to understand SPSS in a better way. So let me start with the different types of data and nature of data. If you look at the nature of and types of data, basically we deal with two types of data. One is called the structured data, another is called the unstructured data. What do you mean by structured data? Structured data is the one which can be put into numeric form. For example, we can measure height, weight, age, and sometimes it cannot be put into numeric form, but we can assign certain codes. For example, gender. I can write male as 1, female as 2. Similarly, socioeconomic status. I can write lower class as 1, middle as 2, and higher class as 3. Or maybe education, we can write into different categories, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending upon what is the education level. So any type of data which is in the numeric form, or it can be converted into numeric form, that type of data is called a structured data. Then there is unstructured data. What is an unstructured data which cannot be put into numeric form? For example, a lot of information is available on WhatsApp, Twitter, email. Now this type of data cannot be put into numeric form. And this is very difficult to analyze the unstructured data. And two of my students, they are working towards how to analyze the unstructured data. And they are doing their PhD work now on these topics, but using some support vector machine and some advanced technology techniques. But today my focus will be only on structured data. That means which can be put into numeric form. Now, if you look at the structured data, it is of two types. Either it is categorical in nature or it's a measurement data. Now, what do you mean by categorical data? Categorical data is the one in which the measurements are in terms of categories. For example, religion. I can write Hindu as 1, Muslim as 2, Sikh as 3, or you can write Sikh as 1, Muslim as 2. Doesn't make any difference. It is simply a label. Similarly, gender category, I can write 1 as female, 2 as male, etc. So this type of data is called a categorical data. And what is a measurement data? Some kind of instrument is being involved in measuring something. You can measure height, weight, even age. No instrument is required, but age can be measured in years. You can add months, even days, minutes, and seconds together. So age is also a measurement. Temperature is a measurement. So all this type of data is referred to as a measurement data. Okay. Now, if you look at the categorical data, in categorical data, the objects being studied are grouped into categories based on some qualitative trait. For example, if you are listening to a phone call, you can easily recognize the voice of male and female. If somebody is wearing a turban, I'll come to know that the person is from a Sikh family. Certain colors you can identify easily. So resulting data, they are nothing but labels or categories. These are examples of categorical data. For example, hair color could be brown. It could be red. This is what I have. Black, most of you have. I didn't put a white there because people get depressed. Our entire body is made up of 4 types of bases. They are called ATGC, right? I can write A as 1, T as 2, G as 3, C as 4. So they can be categorized. Similarly, eye color can be categorized. Gender can be categorized. Disease, mild, moderate, severe, I can write 1, 2, 3. Genotypes, either homozygous or heterozygous. So that I can also categorize. So this type of data is called categorical data. Then comes the measurement data. It's not based on qualitative trait. It is based on some quantitative trait. And the resulting data, they are nothing but again the set of numbers. If you look at the measurement data, I think this is self-explanatory. You can cholesterol level, height, age, number of expressed genes. So basically measurement data is of 2 types. Either it is continuous in nature or it's a discrete. What is a continuous means? It can take all values within certain specified range. For example, age can take all values within certain specified range. If I fix the limits, let's say 20 years to 50 years, so it can take any value within that period. If you include months, I mean days, minutes, and seconds, so it is capable of taking any value. But what is a discrete variable which can take certain isolated values only? For example, number of members in a family. So number of members in a family may be 3 members, maybe 5 members. I cannot say number of members in a family is 3.5. It doesn't make any sense, right? So this type of data, which is taking certain isolated values, is called a discrete measurement data. And it can take all values within certain specified range. That is called a continuous measurement data. Okay. Now, if you look at the categorical data and measurement data, now these scales are most important to understand if you are using the application of SPSS, because once you enter the data in SPSS, it will ask you about different scales. So in next 5 minutes, I'll give you some idea about scales with different examples so that you can easily understand. If you look at the categorical data, there are 2 different scales associated with categorical data. One is called the nominal scale, another is called the ordinal scale. Similarly, for measurement data, there are 2 scales, interval scale and ratio scale. So 2 scales associated with categorical and 2 scales associated with measurement data. Please try to remember categorical data, 2 scales, nominal and ordinal. Again, measurement data, 2 scales, interval and ratio. I'll just focus on the definition. What do you mean by, for example, first scale, which is referred to the categorical data, is a nominal scale. Nominal, as I mentioned, categorical data is the one which can be written in terms of categories 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Now, if there is an equal weightage to each and every category, if there is an equal weightage to each and every category, then we say that your data belongs to the nominal scale. For example, gender, male and female, both are human beings, both are equal, having an equal weightage. Similarly, religion, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, everybody is human being, so they are given equal weightage. So if there is a equal weightage to each and every category, as simple as that, we say that this type of data belongs to the nominal scale. Let's look at the examples of nominal scale. What is your gender? What is your hair color? Where do you live? So all these are examples of the nominal scale. I hope this makes sense to you. Then comes the ordinal scale, which is also the scale concerned with the categorical data. But the only difference between nominal and ordinal is, in ordinal scale, you can order the categories in any order, maybe ascending or descending. And one can arrange the categories either in ascending or descending order of magnitude. For example, severity of disease. I can write mild as 1, moderate as 2, severe as 3. But 1 means mild and 3 means severe. So you can arrange the categories in order. Similarly, education categories can be arranged in order. Primary, let's say up to middle, then metric, then graduate, postgraduate. So these categories can be arranged in order. So if the categories can be arranged in order, then we say that this type of categorical data belongs to the ordinal scale. Let's look at the examples. How do you feel today? So it's a scale, 5-point scale, very unhappy to very happy. Of course, this is the last day of the 5 days research methodology workshop. So obviously you maybe rate yourself to 4 or 5. Happy or very happy. But this categories can be arranged in order. Now, how satisfied are you with our services? Very unsatisfied to very satisfied. Maybe you have to ask the organizers after the workshop, and when you fill up this feedback pro forma, where do you stand? But these categories can be arranged in order. Okay, that's all about the categorical data. Either it is on nominal scale or it is on ordinal scale. Now let's look at the measurement data. Measurement data also in terms of 2 different scales. One is called the interval scale, another is called the ratio scale. Now, what do you mean by interval scale? This aspect you have to understand very clearly. See, in interval scale, mathematical operations may not be valid. There are many types of data where mathematical operations are not valid. Although it's a continuous data, but mathematically it may not be correct. For example, let's say some beauty contest is going on and there are judges giving score out of, let's say, 10. Now, first person gets a score of 8, another second one gets a score of 4. So if I divide 8 by 4, the answer will be 2. But I cannot make a statement that the person having score 8 is exactly twice the beautiful than the person having score 4, right? Not exactly. Similarly, let's say one student is scoring 90 marks, another is scoring 30 marks. If I divide 90 by 30, answer will be 3. But I cannot generalize the statement that the student having scored 90 is exactly 3 times the intelligent than the student having scored 30. Maybe he may be intelligent in sports or in some other category. So mathematically, it is not correct. So there are types of data where mathematical operations are not valid. Particularly division and multiplication, they are not valid. Why? Because in interval scale, 0 has a meaning. For example, if somebody has scored 0 in a test, it doesn't mean the person is not intelligent. Maybe on a particular day, his or her performance is not up to the mark. Next time he or she can score better, right? So 0 doesn't mean the person is not intelligent. Similarly, if I say temperature 0, it doesn't mean the temperature is absent. Now Shimla, it is running into minus. In Chandigarh is very close to 0 now. So that means 0 doesn't mean the absence of the character. So if somebody get confused between interval and ratio scale, just look at as 0. If 0 has a meaning for you, your data belongs to the interval scale. If 0 doesn't have a meaning, it will go to the ratio scale. As simple as that. So all these, for example, if I say height 0, it doesn't have any meaning. If I say age 0, it doesn't have any meaning, right? And all this age, height, etc., they belong to the ratio scale. These are examples. Let's look at the ratio scale where all mathematical operations are valid. Like, let's say somebody is having weight 90 kg, another one is having 45 kg. If I divide 90 by 45, answer will be 2. But I can always make a statement that the person having weight 90 kg is twice the fatter than the person having weight 45 kg. Nothing wrong with that. Or double the age or 3 times the age. But here 0 doesn't have any meaning. If I say age 0, it doesn't have, height 0 doesn't have any meaning, right? Weight 0 doesn't have any meaning. So 0 doesn't have any meaning. So if this 0 has a meaning, it will go to interval scale. If 0 doesn't have a meaning, 0 have a meaning, it will go to the interval scale. If it doesn't, then it will go to the ratio scale. So I discussed 4 different scales. I hope this makes sense to you. If you have any query, any questions, maybe we can discuss later on. Okay, let's look at the summary of different type of scales. If you look at the frequency counting, generally we do it for categorical data. We generally count how many males, how many females are there. But this is possible to count a frequency for nominal data, even for ordinal data. Even you can divide the interval data into different kind of class intervals and still go for counting. And same thing you can do it for ratio. So frequency counting is possible in all the 4 categories. But how we compute median? Median we compute by arranging the data in order and then looking at the middlemost value. Now in nominal scale, you cannot arrange the values in order because all the categories are having equal weightage, right? So we cannot compute like median, etc. in nominal scale. But they can be computed in ordinal, they can be computed in interval and ratio. Similarly, order of the values. Order of the values, in ordinal scale it is known. Similarly, you can arrange the data in interval scale and ratio scale from lowest to the highest. So order of the value is known, that this is the second, this is the third, right? This is the last one. And quantify the difference. Quantify difference means, you can quantify difference means it is not applicable for nominal and ordinal. For example, let's say look at socioeconomic class. So lower class I give 1, middle class 2 and upper has 3. Now if I look at the difference of 3 minus 1, it doesn't have any meaning. 3 minus 2 doesn't have any meaning. If I say male has 1, female has 2 and subtract 2 minus 1, it doesn't have any meaning. So you cannot quantify the difference for nominal and ordinal scale, but it is possible for interval and ratio. For example, if somebody is having weight, so let's say weight 45 kg, another is having 40 kg, the difference is 5 kg. So quantification is possible, which is not for nominal and ordinal. Can add and subtract. Add and subtract only in interval and ratio, but that is not possible in nominal and ordinal, because different categories, adding different categories doesn't make any sense, or subtracting different categories doesn't make any sense, right? And can multiply and divide only in ratio, because if you are using in interval, 0 has a meaning. If I divide by 0, everything will go to infinity. So you cannot do that, right? And have a true 0 only in ratio. So this is just a summary of different scales. Now this is something important. Sometimes we deal with the same kind of variable and it can be put into different scales. For example, let's look at education as a variable. Now education is only nominal. That means it will belong to the nominal scale when measured by the type of education, such as private or public. Now some people prefer private education and some prefer public education. There is no preference of one category over the other. It's individual choice, equal weightage. That means education will go to the nominal scale. And when education is measured by the level of education, such as primary, high school, college, postgraduate, the categories can be arranged in order. And the same education variable can go to ordinal. And if you go to US or any other country, they will ask you about the number of years of education. 10 years of education, 20 years of education, 15 years of education. And the same variable can go to interval scale. So that means, depending upon how you measure the variable will determine the scale, right? If you come out that this is my data, please let me know what type of scale it is. Basically, it's a wrong question. I need to ask you how you have measured. Unless otherwise I am not clear how you have measured the variable, then and only then I can comment upon the different type of scale. But same variable can be put into different scales. That is important, depending upon how you measure. Okay. Now, why we need knowledge about these scales? Because statistical analysis depends upon whether you are dealing with a categorical data or you are dealing with measurement data, or sometimes we have to deal with the mixture of the two. Let's say I designed a questionnaire in which questions are of yes, no type. That means it's entirely related to categorical. Or you are using some 5-point scale, or maybe semantic scale or 10-point scale. So again, it's a categorical data. So you have to be careful whether your data is categorical in nature. If it's a categorical data, then there are different techniques to deal with. And if it's a measurement data, then there are different techniques. For example, if it's a measurement data, you can easily compute mean, standard deviation, you can apply t-test, you can apply analysis of variance, etc. ANOVA. You can go for. But if it's a categorical data, question is, can I do all type of statistical analysis? Answer is not no, answer is yes. But we should note the technique. For example, if there is a categorical data, one variable is categorical, another is also categorical, and I am looking for a correlation between the two categories. So I cannot compute Karl Pearson or Spearman type of rank correlation, etc. There are different type of correlation to deal with categorical data. For example, there is a gamma coefficient, there is a coefficient of contingency, there is a chi-square coefficient of association, phi coefficient, Kramer's coefficient, right? Gamma coefficient. So these are the different type of correlations which are meant for categorical data. Similarly, different type of regression techniques you can apply. If you have a measurement data, you can go for simple regression, multiple regression, all type of regressions you can use, provided it is a measurement data. But if it's a categorical data, there are different regression techniques like logic regression, probability regression, logistic regression. Still, you can apply all these regression techniques. And sometimes what happens, we have to deal with the mixture of the two. One variable is a categorical variable, another variable is a measurement variable. For example, if I'm designing a questionnaire in which some certain questions are related to, let's say, education, occupation, gender, etc., they are all categorical. And another variables like income, or if it is relating to health, maybe blood pressure, cholesterol, etc., they are all measurements. Now I want to correlate both of them. So how to correlate? Then there are different type of correlations like biserial correlation, point biserial correlation. So different type of correlations. So that's why it's important to know whether our data is categorical in nature, or it's a measurement data, or it's a mixture of the two. Statistical analysis will depend upon that. Okay. Now, most of the time when people deal with the categorical type of data, they generally compute percentages or proportions. Most of the time. This much percentage of males, this much percentage of females, or this much percentage of rural and urban, etc. Or sometimes they also draw this bar diagram and pie chart, etc. Right? For categorical data. But look at the last paragraph, one can perform all type of statistical analysis, including correlation. Some of them I have mentioned, including regression, even statistical modeling. You can do all with categorical data. And one of my student from Iran, Mr. Azad, he is doing complete PhD thesis on categorical data analysis. Right now he is about to submit. So it's difficult to deal with categorical data, but still there are techniques which are available. And when people deal with the measurement kind of data, they generally compute mean, standard deviation, etc. But there are two types of choices. I mean, if your data is satisfying certain set of assumptions, you can go for parametric test. If time will permit, I'll go to certain parametric test. And if your data doesn't satisfy those assumptions, then we have to apply non-parametric test. But these tests, whether parametric, non-parametric, they are available generally for measurement data. Sometimes they are also used for categorical data. If there are ranking, they can also be used for categorical data. Now, question is where to apply parametric, where to apply non-parametric. If your data is, let's say, having a normal distribution, observations are independent, how to check the normality of the data? I'll just give you some idea, maybe after a few slides, how to check the normality of the data. So if your data is distributed normally, you go for parametric test. If it is not, then we go for non-parametric test. Okay, let me, although this part I know is already covered, I'll not give you any mathematical details, but just to give you some idea about why we need all these descriptive measures. Now, sometimes we call these are descriptive statistics. Sometimes we call this as summary statistics, which can summarize your data, right? So basically we look at the measures of center tendency. We know that mean, median, mode, we are studying since 6th or 7th standard. What do you mean by mean, median, mode? But let me give you a practical application. How we compute mean? We add all the observation, divide by the number of observations. But let me give you a situation. Suppose I have a data in which 10 observations are available, but 2 observations are missing. And I need to compute mean. Can I compute mean for missing data? Is it possible? I need to reduce the sample size. If 2 observations are missing, sample size will be 8 rather than 10. But I want to include these 2 missing observations also. Now it's not possible because these figures are missing. So mean cannot be computed for missing data, right? And moreover, sometimes the mean can also not be computed for the data which is having certain outliers. For example, let's say voltage in a daytime is around 220, but at a particular time point, it may jump up to 330, right? If there are large fluctuations of sampling. Then because of this large fluctuation, if I include that 330 also into calculation of my observation, your mean may shift to 240 or 250, while most of the observation they are around 220. So mean could be misleading in that case. So if there are outliers present in your data, that means extreme observations. If there are missing values, mean is not the appropriate measure. That's why we look at the another one that is called median. Now let's say I give you a situation Suppose the population data is given from 1980 to 1990, but 1988 is missing. There is a question mark. So I cannot compute mean, but still assumption can be made that population is always increasing, particularly in India. I mean, population is always increasing. So that means what will be the assumption? That population of 88 is definitely going to be larger than 87. 89 will be larger than 88. So I can arrange the data in order with question mark at 88, but still median can be computed because median will not be affected. I cannot compute mean, but still median can be computed. That's why we require sometimes median, right? And what is mod? Mod is the value basically which occurs most frequently among the set of observations. So this is the formula for computing mean. Add all the observation, divide by this, but this is applicable only when your observations are close. There is no extreme value, there is no missing value. And we also know how to compute median. We arrange the data and then look at the middlemost value depending upon whether n is odd. If n is odd, it will be exactly middle. If n is even, I have to take the mean of the middle two values. What is mod? Let's look at the mod value. The most frequently occurring value among the set of observation is called mod. I have given a data like 1, 5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 7, 3, 5, 2. So that means this is the way where 5 is occurring most frequently. So mod will be here 5, right? But let me give you another picture. Suppose 5 is occurring here 5 times if you count. Suppose I also introduce 7, that is also occurring 5 times. Suppose 7 is also occurring 5 times and 5 is also occurring 5 times. Now can you tell me what will be the value of mod? Somebody is saying 5 plus 7 divided by 2. That is not correct. So in that case, there will be 2 mods because look at the definition. That's why definitions are always preferred. The most frequently occurring values. So there are 2 most frequently occurring values, 5 and 7. It's not going to be the mean. 5 and 7 both is considered as the mod. So it's called a bi-model. Similarly, there could be tri-model, 4 model, 5 models, right? They're all known as multi-model. So there could be a multi-model. Mean is always 1, median is always 1, but mod can be more than 1. I give you another situation. Let's say every figure is occurring only once. 5 is also occurring once. Now what will be the value of mod? Somebody says every value will be mod. No, because what is the definition? The most frequently. There is no most frequently occurring value. So mod may not exist. So it's not necessary that mod will always exist. Mean will exist, median will exist, but not mod. Mod may not exist always, right? You should understand these, basics of statistics. Okay. For example, in real life situation, where mod can be applicable. And this is a winter season now. If you look at the winter season, particularly in northern part of India, and look at the dresses of gents, either they are using blue type of coat or they are using black. Most of 90% of the people you will see black and blue, maybe 10% different. So that means these 2 values, black and blue, can be considered as mod values because they are most frequently. I'm not talking about ladies. It's difficult to categorize. Okay. Okay. Now, let me come to this measures of dispersion. Now, why we need measures of dispersion? First question. Once we know mean, median, mod, that is enough to describe the data, but that is not enough. For example, if you look at series 1 data and series 2 data, there are 5 observations in series 1. This will be, they can see easily, no? Yes. It's going directly. Okay. For example, if you look at series 1 and series 2 data, there are 5 observations in series 1 and 5 observations in series 2. And if I add, sum will be 45 for both. There are 5 observations, n means number. And how we compute mean, sum divided by the number of observations. So sum in both the cases is going to be 9. Same. Now, if I don't show you the series and simply say that mean of 5 observation is 9, mean of 5 observation is 9, I cannot make out whether this is series 1 or series 2. So that means mean cannot describe your data completely. There is something missing. And that missing part is nothing but dispersion. That's why we look at dispersion. If you look at series 1 data, the series 1 data varies from 1 to 17. And series 2 data only varies from 7 to 11. 7 to 11. So that means in series 2 data, the observations are very, very close. while series 1 data, the observations are widely apart. So if there is a widely apart observation, we say that there is more dispersion. Dispersion means basically scatteredness. So why we need dispersion? Let me give you a practical example. Suppose I give you a blood pressure instrument to measure the blood pressure of the patient. I measure, it is giving value as 124. Now next minute I again measure. Now it is giving value as 140. Next minute I again measure, it is giving value as 96. Now can I consider this instrument to be reliable? No, because a lot of variation is there. But I give you another instrument for measuring blood pressure. First time it is giving value 124. Next time it is giving value 123.8. Next time 124.5. Now it can be considered reliable. Of course, there are minute-to-minute variation in blood pressure, but not this much as in the first case. So that's why how to check the reliability of the instrument, how to look at the reliability of the different players. You look at the last 10 innings players scores, let's say in cricket scores, and see which is having more consistent, right, scorer, and you can include that person into the team. So all this is required to summarize our data. So we have measures of center tendency, we have measures of dispersion. Now, which one is the best measure of dispersion? There are many measures of dispersion like range, variance, standard deviation, quartiles, etc. All right. Now, if I consider range as a measure of dispersion, for example, in series 1, what is range? The difference between highest and lowest value. So range will be 17 minus 1, 16. Here is R. And if you look at series 2 data, the range will be only 11 minus 7, that is 4. But sometimes the range depends upon two numbers, and there could be fluctuations of sampling. One value could be very high. Let's say I have given you the example of voltage. If I include 330 also into computing of range, your range will shift somewhere else. So range is not the appropriate measure. The most appropriate measure is either variance or standard deviation, right? Why it is called most appropriate? See, most of the statistical formulas are designed in such a way so that we can observe in terms of zero. Zero is the reference point. For example, correlation 0 means no correlation. Skewness 0 means no skewness. Kurtosis 0 means that it is a normal curve, right? So most of the statistical methods are designed such that we can compare it with 0. And if you are having a copy and pen, just carry out a little bit of calculation. See, mean in the first series is 9, right? Now, if I start subtracting each observation of first series and subtract 9 from each observation, so first difference will be 1 minus 9. So first difference will be minus 8. Second difference will be minus 4, then 0, and then 4 and 8. All right. So this will give you xi. Xi is any observation minus x bar. Xi minus x bar. Similarly, but if you look at series 2, then it will be minus 2, then minus 1, 0 and 1 and 2. Now, if you compare, 0 is in the center of both. The range of second series varies from minus 2 to 2, while that varies from minus 8 to 8. So immediately you will come to know that the series 1 is more dispersed in terms of 0. If you compare, take 0 as a reference point, right? That's why we subtract mean. And if the observations are away from mean, there will be more dispersion. If the observations are close to mean, there will be less dispersion, right? Now, sometimes people don't like to deal with the negative sign because there is minus 8, minus 4, etc. Now I square all the differences. So first square will be minus 8 square. So it will come out to be 64. Then minus 4 square, 16. Then 0 square, 0. And again 64 and 16. And if you take the sum of all this, the sum will come out to be, I think, 64 plus 64 plus, I think it will come to be 160. So it is xi minus x bar square. If you take a summation of xi minus x bar square, it will come to 160. While in second case, if you do the same thing, it will come out to be 10. And that is the formula generally we write. This is the formula here. You can see xi minus x bar square and take the sum. If I take the sum of the first series will be 160. Sum of the second series will be only 10. So one thing is clear, that where the sum will be high, sum of the squares of differences will be high, the dispersion will be more. The sum will be less, the dispersion will be less. But sometimes you want to compare two series. In one series you have 20 observations. In series 2 you have 100 observations. So obviously if you are comparing only in terms of sum for 100 observation will be more And for 20 observation, it will be less. So what we do to balance this, we divide by n, so that it is a sort of average. So we are dividing this by n. So 1 by n. So it's some sort of average virtually. So variance is nothing but some sort of average of squares of addition. All right. So it's an average of 20 people or it's an average of 100 people. Average will almost be same. Right. So this is how the formula comes. Question is not formula. You should know the interpretation. So it's free of units. It's not free of units. It's free of negative sign. And it is having many interesting properties. And if I take the under root of this variance, that becomes standard deviation. Right. Then we know median. Everybody knows median. Median divides the data into how many equal parts? 2 equal parts. And quartiles are those which divide the data into 4 equal parts. Divide the data into 4 equal parts, we need 3 cut points. If I give you a rod to divide this into 4 equal parts, I need 3 cut points, right? And the first cut point is called first quartile. The last one is called third quartile. The second is the second quartile, which is equal to median. That's why second quartile is not important. We generally compute first and third quartile, right? So these are called quartiles. And what are deciles? Which divide the data into 10 equal parts. So how many cut points I need? 9. What are percentiles? Which divide the data into 100 equal parts. I need 99 cut points, right? So these are percentiles, and all this like median, quartiles, deciles, they have been given a common name in literature, and that is called quantile. Quantile of order P. If I take P is equal to half, it is median. If I take P is equal to 1 by 4, it is first quartile. If I take P is equal to 3 by 4, it becomes the third quartile, right? If I take P is equal to, let's say, 1 by 10, so it will become the first decile. If I take P is equal to 1 by 50, then it becomes the median percentile. So this is how all the percentile, deciles, quartiles, they are related virtually. Okay, I'll just skip this. Now coming to the last part before we start with SPSS. See, skewness and kurtosis. Now why we need to know? Because as I mentioned that there are, in statistics, there are parametric tests, there are non-parametric tests, right? And we can apply parametric test only when our data is approximately normal. Now normal means that there should not be any skewness. How we look at it? Everybody is aware of histogram. We look at the shape of the histogram, right? If the shape of the histogram is more or less symmetrical, that means the maximum height of the bar is in the center, then others are like this. So I can draw a bell-shaped curve, bell-shaped curve. If you can draw, then that, what do you mean by normal curve? That means area on the, if I draw a line from the center, from here, let's say, from here to here, the area on the left-hand side, if it is same as the area on the right-hand side, then we say that there is no skewness, basically. And if there are, let's say I draw histogram, there are more bars on the right-hand side rather than on the left-hand side, then we say that it is positively skewed. And if it is other way around, then it is negatively skewed, right? Now, we look at a beta 1 as a measure of skewness. And in SPSS, you will get the value of beta 1. If beta 1 is coming out to be 0, that means your data is almost symmetrical. If beta 1 is greater than 0, that means it's giving you a positive value, then it will be positively skewed. If it is less than 0, then it will be negatively skewed. Again, now you can see we are comparing in terms of 0. Correlation we also compare in terms of 0. Kurtosis we also compare in terms of 0. Because it's easier to deal with 0. And what is the formula for skewness? We know the formula for variance. Just power 2 here. If you take power 3, it will become M3. And M2 is already there. You take the ratio, you will get beta 1. Right? So this is the formula, simple formula. If you take power of this as 3, you will get M3. Power of M2 means power 2. And take this ratio and you will get beta 1. If beta 1 value will come out to be 0, that means no skewness. If it is positive, positively skewed. If it is negative, negatively skewed. As simple as that. So that is the idea of skewness. Next question is kurtosis, which is the last thing before I start with SPSS. Now you can see sometimes all the curves may be symmetrical. For example, this curve, you look at the shape of this is symmetrical. Now this is also symmetrical. This is also symmetrical, right? And skewness in all the three will be is 0. Now if I give you any one of the three, I don't know whether it is a graph number 1, graph number 2, or graph number 3, right? But once you see the peakedness, this is having higher peak, this is having middle peak, this is having the lowest, flatter, right? If so, what is the kurtosis? Kurtosis measures the peakedness of the curve. How peak it is, how flatter it is, right? So if your curve is a normal curve, that means it is neither peak nor flatter, then value of this beta 2 is always coming out to be 0. And the normal curve is also called mesokurtic curve. Mesokurtic means normal. So if you compute the value of beta 2, M4 means raising the power 4, M2 means raising the power 2. That's it, of that difference, which I have shown you last time. This one, right? If you raise to the power 4, you will get M4. Raise to the power 3, you will get M3. So kurtosis is based on M4, skewness is based on M3. Of course, M2 is involved in both, right? And you compute the value. SPSS will give you value of beta 2. Again, if beta 2 is positive, it will be leptokurtic. This type of curve is called leptokurtic, means having higher peak. If it will be negative, then this is called platykurtic. That means it will be flatter. And if value of beta 2 is 0, then this will be a mesokurtic or normal curve. So with this background of basics of statistics, let me start with SPSS. If you have any questions, I mean, questions will be later on. I mean, if you have any questions up to this, then I can. Now I'll start with SPSS. Okay, I'm just closing this. Okay, so I'm just opening this system with SPSS and show you how it operates.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, you have a question? Please go ahead.
Hello. We have a question from Avi calls.
Raise the question.
Yes, please.
As you said about the linear regression and all statistical algorithms, can you say which is the best algorithm in that?
I didn't talk about any algorithm so far.
No, regression and all you said, no? Linear regression and all, simple regression and all.
Okay, just wait for a moment. I'll answer this at the end of the session, right? Definitely. Okay. Just wait for a moment, because once I have some basic techniques, so I think you can understand the things in a better way. Okay. Let me show you how SPSS works. This is the worksheet of SPSS. You can see rows and columns there. This is very much similar to that of Excel. So there are two ways to enter the data in SPSS. One is you can directly enter the data into SPSS. Another is you can import the data from some other file also, like Excel file, right? Okay. Now suppose I enter the data into SPSS. Suppose I enter a few observations. Now I enter 12 observations, if you can see. So by default, SPSS will give you this variable name as variable 401. If you start, let's say suppose these are the scores of the students, say out of 100, right? So by default, SPSS will choose its own name, variable 401, but its actual name is score. So there are two views here. One is data view, another is a variable view. You go to the variable view and you can write the actual name. So actual name is score, so I can replace by score. And you can come back, you can see now the actual name is appearing. This is how we can enter the data in SPSS. Similarly, next variable, I can start entering age, I can start entering height, or maybe it could be not necessarily numeric, it could be some name, it could be address or gender, right? For example, if I say that the first is a male, second is a female. Now, if you can hear the beep, now it is not accepting female. The reason I'll tell you, because if you go to the variable view, what is the width? Width of a numeric variable is 8. But what is the width of a string variable? Is only 4. And in male, there are only 4 words, MALE. So it is accepting. But female is having 6 words. So it is not accepting. That's why it is giving beep. But now you can increase or decrease from here. So I can increase this also up to 8. You can increase up to 20, 30, even 200. Doesn't make any difference, right? And then you write here, let's say sex. And then you come back And so here it was, I think, male. Next one is female. Now it is accepting. It's not giving you any trouble because you have increased the width. So by default, the width in SPSS is 4, but you can always increase or decrease, right? For a which type of variable? For string variable. For numeric variable, it is 8. Similarly, if there are more numeric figures, like you have population size, population figures may be very large. It may be more than 8. In that case, you can increase this to 20. You can increase this to 30, right? Depending upon how you can include the proper data. Okay. Now it's very difficult to enter male and female every time. If I give you 20,000 observations to enter and write down that you have to write down everything male and female, it's difficult. But I can always choose a code. Let's say code 1 for male and code 2 for female. Suppose in next column I choose certain codes. Let's say 1, 2. Let's say some may be 1, some may be 2, something like this. That's 2. Suppose this. So there are some males and some female. Suppose 1 is for male and 2 is for female. Now you come back to the variable view. Now 1 and 2 is the categorical data. Now if you can understand the logic of categorical data, so it's a categorical data. For any categorical data, I can assign labels, values. So this is the value. Directly come to the values, and 1 was for male basically. You can add. And what was 2? 2 was for female, and you can add. And you come back to the OK, and now you can go back to the data. Nothing has happened here, but there is a value label switch. This is called value label switch. If you press this, 1 is replaced with male and 2 is replaced with female automatically. Now, if I don't give these labels, what will happen? You carry out the calculation. It will count how many males are there, how many females are there, but it will give you answer. How many 1s, how many 2s. And then you will get confused. 2 code was for male or it was for female. So you'll get confused. It's only 1 and 2. Maybe you can remember, but if there are 20 different diseases and you give 20 different codes, it's difficult to remember code number 15 for what. But once you have all the codes specified, I can always go to the values and write 1 for diabetes, 2 for hypertension, 3 for cardiovascular disease, and so on, right? No, I'll not have to write down in front of the patient that this person is having hypertension, this person is having cardiovascular. I just need to write 1 to 20 numbers and then specify the labels. I don't require now this sex variable, so you can cut it and you can replace this with another variable like gender. G-E-N-D-E-R, gender. Okay. So we have entered 2 variables. One is score, another is gender. And if you want to see what is the labels, you can see easily that 1 is for male and 2 is for female. So this is how we can enter the data into SPSS. I hope it is clear. Okay. Now sometimes what happens, we want to divide the data into different categories. Let's say I want to divide this data into 3 categories. Those who are having less than 30 score, those who are having 30 to 60, and those who are having more than 60. So how to divide the data into different categories? So in that case, you go to transform, because you need to just transform your data to another variable, right? So classes I want to make is like this: less than or equal to 30. That means those students who have scored less than or equal to 30, they will be given code number 1. 30 to 60, those who have scored between 30 to 60 will code number 2. And more than 60 will be code number 3. So how to divide? So there are 2 options here. One is recode into same variable, recode into different variable. Now if I choose the first option, it will overwrite your original data. It will replace all these scores with either 1, 2 or 3. So it's better to choose the second option always, right? Because it will retain your original data and generate another variable in terms of codes. So I choose this option. Now when you start operating SPSS, generally 2 windows will open. One window is on the left hand side, another is on the right hand side. But sometimes more than 2 windows will also open. 3, 4, 5 windows will also open. But most of the time you will see 2 windows, right? And left hand window will show you all the variables which you have entered so far. So how many variables we have entered? 2. One is score, another is gender. So you can see the list of both of them. And then you shift only those variables to the right hand window on which you are interested to perform analysis, right? You shift only, let me just repeat, you shift only those variables to the right hand window on which we are interested to perform analysis, right? Or transform. So we want to transform which variable? score. So take the score on this side. Now it is asking question mark. Question mark means what is your output variable? Where do you want to store the output? So maybe I can write score and underscore, let's say code. That means SPSS will generate another variable and change. That will transform your score to score code. Another variable will be generated, right? Now what I want to do, basically I simply want to replace these values, which are old values here, with the new one. Wherever less than or equal to 30, it will be replaced by 1. 30 to 60 replaced by 2. So basically I want to replace old values with new one, right? Now if you click onto this, there are many options here. One option is range. For example, 30 to 60 is a range, but less than or equal to 30 is basically not range. It's called open-end class. I don't know whether it is 25 to 30 or 20 to 30 or 0 to 30. I don't have any idea, but less than or equal to 30. So this is called open-end left class. And similarly, greater than 60 is called open-end right class or upper class. Okay. So if you have upper and lower classes, there are two options. One is this is covering up to lowest and this is covering up to highest and above. So first I'll choose up to lowest. So lowest number for me is 30 and the new value is 1 and I'll add this. Now what is written here? Lowest through up to 30 will be assigned code as 1. Is it clear? Lowest up to 30 will be given code as 1. And then second is the range 30 to 60. Now I press this range, 30 is here, through up to 60. And the new value is 2 and add here. So 30 to through 60 will be given code as 2. And then there comes more than 60. More than 60 means I have to come to this highest. So click on to this 60 and give this new value as 3. Add this 60 and highest, whatever it is, it will be given code as 3. Now there may be a problem. Some people may think of that there could be overlapping because 30 is appearing also here and 30 is appearing also here. Similarly, 60 here in category 2 and 60 here in category 3. Where the 60 will go? Let me tell you, there is no overlapping in SPSS. Wherever the number is specified for the first time, everything will be taken care of to that. For example, I specify up to 30. So 30 is taken care of by code number 1 automatically. Automatically it is taken care of by. Now even if I start with the range as 28 or maybe 25, right up to 60, but up to 30 is already covered. So again, SPSS will take 30.00 onwards values to specify into code number 2. So there will be no overlap, right? Similarly, up to 60 is covered in 2. So this means, this doesn't mean include 60. It's 60.001 onwards, right? Up to highest, whatever is highest is given. So there is no overlap in SPSS. And then you continue and you press OK. And another variable will be generated and you can see that variable. Here it is, score code. Now you can see somewhere there are 1 means 12 is less than 30, 3 more than 60, 99 more than 60, 2 means between 30 to 60. So you can see different coding data. So you have the original data here and you have the coded data here. Why we need coded data? Because sometimes our focus will be to analyze only the code number 2. Code number 2 means those students having score between 30 to 60. I simply want to analyze those cases. So you can select now. Now you can go to the same, go to variable view, and from here you can again go to values and start assigning 1. Now 1 was for less than or equal to 30. And then 2. Now can you tell me 2 was from 30 to 60. Okay, good. And 3 is from greater than 60. Okay. 3 levels, and you come back to the data view. You can check all the categories have been replaced. Now what happens if I am not replacing? Then your answer will be in terms of how many 1s are there, how many 2s are there, and you will forget what was 1, what was 2. But here you will get the clear picture now. Output readability will improve. How many having score between 30 to 60? How many between, say, less than 30? How many are having more than 60? Something like that. So you'll get the exact picture. And tabulation will be very easy to make. This is how we enter the data into SPSS. So anyhow, now coming back to the variable view, I just need to specify certain things. For example, type of the data. Most of the time we deal with numeric data. but you can also enter name, you can also enter address, and that type of data is called string data. So you have an option here. So this was the numeric data first option, then there is a string, the last option, and in between there are many others. What are these options? For example, comma. Now if you are entering some figure, let's say 12,556, and after 12 I assign comma. If you assign comma yourself, then SPSS will not understand that this is a numeric variable. Now comma is there. It will treat this as a string variable. You cannot do any addition, subtraction. So better way is to go for this comma option. If you want to assign comma and fix the width, let's say fix width 2. And if you don't require any decimals, you can switch off this decimal. 2 means what? After every 2 digits, it will start assigning comma. 12, then 56, then 667. I mean, after every 2, it will start assigning comma. And you can add and subtract because you have choose the proper format. And if you assign comma yourself, SPSS will not understand. It will take this as a string variable. I hope this makes sense to you, right? So it's important to make use of sometimes comma because you want to generate reports. It's about salaries, and salaries, its readability will improve if you have comma after every 2 or 3. So it's not necessary to, you can have 3, you can have 4. So just fix the width from here. Now in most of the many countries, particularly European countries, they don't write comma. They put dot. Dot has the same meaning as comma. So instead of, 12 dot, dot is not there in the center. Center means decimal. It's just in the base, which is called period, right? So 12 period, 56 period means it's just taking this as comma. So if you go to Europe, go to Paris or Switzerland, I have been to a number of times. So we have seen people are using dot. Even I get confused. How come there are 2 decimals in the figure, right? So they are not decimals. We are using comma in India. They are using dot. So you have an option. Then there is a scientific notation. Now what is the scientific notation? For example, 100. 100 I can write 10 raised to power 2. And in scientific notation, it is written as E, capital E 02. That means 10 raised to power 2. E means 10. And 02 means raised to power 02. That means 2. If it is E, suppose I give you this figure, 23 capital E minus 03. So this means 23 multiplied by 10 raised to power minus 3. This is what it means. And many of the engineers, they need scientific results or scientific notation because their values are concentration like 0.00000, and you have so many zeros and there are certain values. So it's difficult to write. They write in terms of scientific, like this raised to power this thing. So you can use scientific notation. Then there is a date option. Different types of options are available. If you go to US, they write month first, then day and year. Here we use month, day first, and then month and year. For example, today is 13, so I can choose this format according to India. Here you can choose according to US or any other country. And there are countries which is years first also, like Philippines. So there is a different format to be chosen by different countries because SPSS is not only used in India, it's used throughout the world. Okay. So we have this. Dollar sign is simply because every currency is compared in terms of dollars. If I choose this dollar sign to any numeric figure, any numeric variable like score, dollar sign gets attached to everything, nothing else. Custom currency we never use. This is not required. So these are some of the different types. Width means the width of the figures. Then, for example, if you send me this file with score, gender, and score code, I can maybe understand from here what was 1, what was 2, right? 1 is for male and 2 is for female. So I can easily read. Similarly, I can easily read from here what is 1, 2, 3. But still I get confused about score. Is it a score of the student? Is it a score of the patient? I don't have any idea. Or is it a score of the physics, chemistry, or education? What? So that's why labels are there. You can specify because variable name is always written in short. But here you can give the complete description about that variable. For example, if this is the score of the students, I can write here. So once the file will come to me, sorry, it should be in the first column. It should be here, not here. Okay, scores of the students. So when file will come to me, I'll come to know that this first variable is concerning with scores of the student, second is gender, third is this. All right. So, and this also helps in report generation. Okay, last part which I want to make it more clear is about the scale. That's why I discussed scale right in the beginning. For example, score. If you have any measurement data like score, age, height, etc., that is considered under scale. Scale covers interval and ratio, right? So this will be counted as a scale. Now gender. Now gender covers under which type of scale? Nominal. So I should specify nominal here. All right. Similarly, score code. Score code is now ordinal or nominal? Yes, please. I have given a score code 1, 2, 3, and they are arranged in order. So it will be ordinal. Now, if you are not specifying these scales, there will be a problem. That's why I discussed scale right in the beginning of SPSS. Otherwise, everything will be taken care of by scale. And scale means that it's a numeric data. I can add, subtract, I can do anything. Now, suppose this is a nominal variable. If I give the command for this nominal variable, I need to compute mean and SD. SPSS will give you a warning now. And see, this is, look, this is not a scale variable. It's a nominal variable. You cannot compute mean SD for this. Otherwise, if you are having 1, 2 data, for 1 is for male, 2 is for female, SPSS will compute mean SD. And you will be happy that I am getting the answer 1.5 or 1.6, depending upon how many 1s and 2s are there. Also, you will get the standard deviation value, variance, quartiles, percentile, everything you will get. But that has no meaning. But once I specify the scale, it won't be computed. It will give you a warning. That is the advantage of these scales. So clarity about these scales is very important. I think I have given you several examples. Okay. So that is all about data which you can enter. And so this is how we can enter the data. And another way is to import the data from some Excel file also. Now to import the data from Excel file, I don't know, because on my laptop there was many Excel file. Is there any Excel file here? I don't think so. Huh? So just leave it because I don't want to waste time. Let's go ahead. So if there is a, let me show you how to. Suppose you have an Excel file which is on the desktop, right? If it is, let me see if it is in my pen drive. If it is in my pen drive, where is my computer here? This one. If there is any file in my pen drive of Excel file, is there anyone? Okay, there is one file here. I'll take this file, which is Excel file, say copy here and paste it on this desktop. So this is the file test1. I'll show you the nature of the file and we'll import this file into SPSS. So this is the file where variables are mutation, age, locality, sex, and religion. So all these variables are here. How many observations are there? Yes, please. 71 or 70? They are 70 because first one is a variable name. So there are 70 observations. Now, when we create a file in Excel, I'll show you how to import this file into SPSS. Two things you have to remember. Number one, variable name should be written in small letters. Always. Although 15 onwards versions of SPSS, they also accept capital letters. But before that, versions were not accepting capital letters. And if you are using, let's say, version 20, and you take this file, there is a version 12, you will face difficulty. So always make it a habit to write down the variable name in small letters. Number two, do not use any special characters in variable name. No ampersand sign, no @ sign, no hyphen, underscore you can use, right? So no special characters are allowed. And the variable name is always written up to 8 characters because generally it's accepted by 8. Although later versions, they also go up to 15, but make it a habit to write down the variable name as small as possible. And there you have an option to give the label, entire description of that variable, right? Okay, now this is the file which is on desktop. We'll import this file into SPSS. So this is SPSS. I'm just closing this and open SPSS again. And we'll import this file which is here in the desktop. So you have made a file. Just press cancel here. Go to file, go to open data, right? And it is on the desktop. Specify the path. Now it is not showing that file, which is test1, because it is showing only those files or folders which are saved in SPSS. Now our file is Excel file. Go to type, file type will be Excel. Now this file is appearing, test1, right? Click onto this and press open. Simply press open. Once you press open, it will ask you one question. And question is here. What is the question? Read variable name from the first row of the data. Now what was there in the first row of the data? Variable name, like mutation, age, locality, gender, etc. Right? So this option is by default on. Now if there is no variable name, you can enter the data. Then SPSS will assign its own name, variable 401, variable 402, and so on. All right. So okay, now you have another option. Another option is in Excel you can have different sheets. You can have different sheets, right? But SPSS will import only one sheet at a time. So if there are, generally it shows many sheets, but there is only one sheet here. So SPSS will import this sheet, right? Just press continue, and now the entire file is here. It's in SPSS. So mutation, age, locality, gender, everything is here. 70 observations you can see. If you directly copy, then what about the variable names? Suppose your file is having 250 variables. You can copy, no problem, you can copy and paste. Now what do you have to do? You have to write down the variable name. 250 variables. It will take how much time? It will take maybe more than 1 hour. So once you write down there, it will be directly imported into, straight away into SPSS. Okay? Any question? I'm happy that you are asking few questions in between. Should I proceed further? Okay. So this is how we can import the data into SPSS. Now I'll do certain basics, and for that I have already generated few data files. Whatever you will say me, I'll try to cover up now, because we still left with 45 minutes, and I'll try to cover most of the things which you require. Okay, let's go for analysis. And this is the data. Let me open one of the file and show it to you. Suppose I open this file. I have already generated many files. Now you know how to generate files. And now once you generate file, you come to save option, file save. Any file which is saved in SPSS is automatically given extension as SAV, right? Just like we have Excel extension, Word extension. So you can see the file here is age_sex.sav. So this is the file. So this is the data which is concerning with age, male and female, and age has also been coded into different categories. If you want to see the codes, so different codes have been assigned. Better to go from here and see what is. So one is for, values. You can see 1 is for male and 2 is for female. Similarly, age has been divided into different codes. 10 to 19 is code number 1. That means those who are having age between 10 to 19 is given code number 1. Similarly, 2, 3, and between 60 to 69 is code number 6. So how many codes out of this age? 6 codes. So age has been divided into an interval of 10, right? And this you can easily do it yourself now. Go to range, straight away go to range. Lowest will be 10, highest 20. Give this as number 1. Then next 20, 30. Next 30, 40. Go to 2, 3, and go on adding, and you will get a file. So this is how the labels have been generated. Now let's do some preliminary analysis. Our aim is to generally find out frequency. How many males are there? How many females are here in this data? Go to analysis, go to descriptive statistics, and go to frequency. And frequency generally we compute for categorical data, right? Say sex as well as age code. So this will display the frequency table. Press OK, and here you are getting the result. 169 observation, no observation is missing. How many males are there? 91. How many females? 78. Total is 169. And how many people they belong to 10 to 19 age group? 4. How many between 20 to 29? 66. The most dominating class is which one? 20 to 29, because maximum people they belong to this age group, 20 to 29. And the next one is 30 to 39 class. Only few people they are between 10 to 90, only few between more than 60 virtually. Only 4, and only 4 here. So you can extract so much of information. Now there are 2 types of values here. One is percentage, another is valid percentage, right? Now, why? And both of them are same. You can see both of them are same. Both of them are same because there is no missing observation. If there would have been 1 or 2 missing observation, then this valid percent will change, because total will not come out to be 100%. Total will be computed. If 2 observations are missing, total will be computed out of 98%. So if there are missing values, automatically it will not be taken care of. The missing values it will not take. But in that case, it's better to use valid percentage rather than the percentage form. If there are missing values, if there are no missing values, valid and percentage will be same. I hope this makes sense to you, right? Similarly, you can answer so many questions. For example, if somebody asks you how many people are below the age of 49, so go to the cumulative. Cumulative means, that means 90.5% of the people are below the age of 49, this limit. Similarly, if somebody asks you how many people below the age of 59, almost 97.6% of the people below the age of 59. If somebody asks you how many people between 40 to 49, 21.3%. So you can answer so many questions from here. Cumulative means adding to the next category. I think everybody knows cumulative. So this is a very simple analysis which we carry out. Let's do some other type of analysis. Generally, we compute mean SD for age data and other descriptive parameters like skewness, kurtosis. Let me try those. Go to analysis, go to descriptive statistics, again go to frequency. Now I'll take these variables outside now and take this age here. Do you think we need to make a frequency table for age data? Because age is a continuous variable. We don't require, because frequency is required only for categorical data. And age is not a categorical data now. Age code is a categorical data, right? Now I should switch off this option because I don't want to display the frequency table. Otherwise, if you switch on this option, it will count how many times 18 is appearing, how many times 22 is appearing, how many times 24 is appearing, maybe 1 times, 2 times in the data. That has no meaning. So you switch off this option and it will give you a warning that you have switched off this option. Okay, no problem, right? And then go to statistics. What do you want to compute? Let's say I want to compute mean of the age, median, mode, quartiles, percentiles. Even I can compute percentiles. Suppose I want to compute 7th percentile of the data. Let's say I want to compute, suppose 53rd percentile or 54th percentile of the data, or maybe 95th percentile of the data. And similarly, you can skewness, kurtosis, standard deviation, variance, range, maximum value, minimum value. All these values can be computed, and it will just take a fraction of seconds. But these are required for continuous type of data, and age is a continuous measurement, right? And go to continue, press OK, and here is the entire result. You can see 169 observation, no observation missing. What is the mean age? 34.30. What is the median? 31. And median is same as the second quartile. Second quartile, if you look at second quartile, is second quartile means 50. 50 means this 31. So 31 and 31, they are same, right? Then what is the first quartile? First quartile means 25th. 25th means 26 is the first quartile. Third quartile is 75th, 42. Now what is the meaning actually of percentiles? The meaning of percentile is it will give you a cutoff point. Percentage will never give you a cutoff point. Percentage is out of 100. Percentile means it will give you, you will get a cutoff point. Cutoff point here for 95th percentile is how much? 53. What does this mean? This means that only 5% of the people in your data, they are there whose age is more than 53. The rest of them, they are having age less than 95% of people, they are having age less than or equal to 53. Only 5%. So if there are 100 people, there will be 5. If there are 200 people, there will be 10. And if there are 500 people, there will be 25. Right? So depending upon how many people are there, it will give you that cutoff, below this or above this. Okay? So this is the entire, what is the skewness parameter here? 0.698. So it's positively skewed or negatively skewed? Positively skewed, because slightly positive. If this value is negative, then it is negatively skewed. What about kurtosis? Kurtosis here is minus. Minus means Is it a flatter or is it peaked? Flatter. So now you know, understand the basics. Okay, so it's a flatter curve. Okay, and similarly standard deviation. Standard deviation is coming out to be, where is the standard deviation? Variance here, standard deviation, 10 point this. If you square this, you will get variance. So not much of the variability. I mean, 10 variation is not much. You can expect in this age data, because age varies from 18 to, I think the minimum value is how much? Minimum value is 18, maximum value is 63. So this much of variation is expected. All right. So this is the entire analysis for age. Let's do some other type of analysis, like somebody may be interested to look at what is the mean age for male separately, mean age for female separately, or what is the mean age in each age group, right? So we want a separate analysis for it code wise, separate analysis for male, separate analysis for female. So that's also very simple. What you can do, go to analysis, go to again descriptive statistics. Rather than going to frequency, you go to use this command, which is called explore. Explore means exploring different categories. That is the idea. Explore means exploring different categories. Now, if you use this command, let's say your dependent variable is age, and you want to explore in terms of gender, explore in terms of age code. So it will give you gender-wise analysis. It will give you age code-wise analysis, right? And here there are options here. You can simply compute statistics. You can simply compute plots. Plot means like histogram for each male, histogram for female, etc. Or by default, both are on. That means you will get statistics as well as plots. Okay. Now just press OK and you will see the result. So this was the entire analysis data result. Now we are exploring different categories. It will first count how many males, how many females are there. And you have the male data analysis. The first is a male. So what is the mean age for male? 34.04. And this is female. Female age is 34.60. Which one is slightly higher? Females are slightly higher in age as compared to male. Although there is not much difference, but if you compare, slightly higher. Similarly, other parameters, skewness, kurtosis, etc. Right? I'm just skipping this diagram. This is a very important picture, which is called box and whisker plot. Box and whisker plot. Have you heard of box and whisker plot? Okay. Now, how this box plot is drawn? This is a box plot for male and this is for female, because we have explored different categories, right? Okay. Now, what do you mean by this box plot? Please try to understand. This is a very important graph. For any analysis, this is going to help you if you are a good researcher. For example, there is a box in between and then this is called a whisker. This is called a whisker. How this box is drawn? Box is drawn by computing the Q1 and Q3. What is Q1 and Q3? The first quartile of the data and the third quartile of the data. So lower end of this box is placed at Q1. It computes the Q1 point, and lower end of this box is placed at Q1. Upper end is placed at Q3, and box is appropriate width. Box is drawn between Q1 and Q3. And then what is this? The whisker. This is the lowest value present in the data, which was 18, I think, or something. So you can see around 18, it is there. And this is the highest value present in the data, about 66 or something, right? So this, from the center of this box, it can join the highest point present in the data and the lowest value present in the data. And this entire picture is called box and whisker plot. Then there is a line here. This line is a median line. This line is a median line. Now, when data will be symmetrical, you have the value of Q1, you have Q3, median should be in the center if your data is symmetrical, right? But here, where is the median value? Do you think it's in the center? No, it's not in the center. It's towards Q1. If it is towards Q1 and I tilt this to 90 degree, you can graph, your graph will move from here and stretch towards right hand side. You can see it will stretch like this. This and only left hand graph will be very small. The right hand side graph will be more. Okay, that means it is positively skewed. If right hand graph, right hand area of the right hand box is more or upper box is more, then it is positive. If the area on the left box is more, then it is negatively skewed, right? But the advantage of this box plot is it can identify outliers. If there is any extreme observation present in your data, right, it will identify. Another advantage of box plot is you can have a comparable figure. You can compare. For example, this is the median for male, this is the median for female. And if you compare, almost they are similar. And both of them, they are positively skewed. And if you see the skewness parameter, they should be positive for male and female. So where is skewness? Skewness is 0.7 and here the skewness is 0.68. So you can see they both of them are positively skewed, right? But here box plot are generally used for two things, either to find outliers or to compare. So here you can compare basically. Similarly, age code categories, this is the entire analysis for 10 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40. And this is again the box plot for each category. If you are not clear, you can have an option. If you want to modify any graph in SPSS, go here and now bar option, and you can increase the width of the bar. So that will be more clear now. Clearly you can see. For example, there were only 4 observations, so meaningless to draw box plot for over 4 observations. If you see 10 to 19, 18, or maybe it is only having 4 observations. So here it is, seems to be. Now where is the median in this age group? What do you think about this data? Negatively skewed or positively? This one. Negatively, because the upper area of the box is small. So your graph will start from negative this side to this side. Okay. But here the graph will start from here to more observation towards right hand side. Because tilt this to 90 degree and then draw the graph. I don't have a board here, otherwise I would have shown you. I mean, you start tilt this to 90 degree, your graph will start from here, mark this up to here. So right hand side. So this is, in this age group, the data is negatively distributed. In this it is positively distributed. Here it is almost symmetrical. So you can have a piecewise information now. So much of information. I mean, if you are looking for a normality curve, you should take people between which age group? 40 to 49, right? And similarly, 50 to 59 is again negative, and this seems to be also negative. Anyhow, so you will get some sort of comparison. Now let me show you the advantage of box plot. Yes, please. Not PDF. It's generated as SPSS output. You can save this data. You can convert this data into a Word also. I'll show you how you can do that. Okay. For example, let's say I draw the box plot again. Go to graph and draw this box plot for age data. For a separate variable, go to simple box plot. Define, so your age is here. Okay. I think I made a mistake. Go to graph, go to box plot. I should click onto this because I want to draw box plot for separate variable. Separate variable means age. Now I take this age and draw the box plot. So this is the picture of the box plot. And it's, here is the median. So median is not in the center. So it's positively or negatively skewed now? Positively skewed. See, if the lower area of the box is small, it is negatively skewed. Because I don't have a picture here. I mean, I change this to, let's say your box is here. It's not negatively skewed. Let me tell you. Okay, just give me this, please. I'll show you what I'm trying to say. It's not a concentration. It's not a concentration. You see what is happening. You tilt this graph to 90 degree. Your 90 degree graph will be like this. Right? This is a box. It will come like this. And here it is. And here it is, right? Now, where is the median? Median is here. Now you draw the graph. Your graph will look like this. What is this? This is positively graph.
Median is towards
right?
the lower end.
So this is a positively skewed graph.
This is what.
So if the lower area of the box is small, positive, upper end is. Now let me come to a very, very important point, how it can identify outliers. Suppose I change one observation here. Let's say I change one observation here and take this observation as 151 rather than 51. Now, do you think in such a stressful atmosphere and polluted environment, age could be 151? Somebody wants to enter the data as 51. By mistake, he or she has entered 151. It's a human error. It can happen to anybody. If there are 20,000 observations, you will never come to know where is the problem. But once you draw the box plot, it will identify that there is a problem with the data. Let me draw the box plot again for this data. Box plot. Again, take this age outside, otherwise sometimes it takes the previous value. Press OK. And here is the box plot now. Now you can see the difference between the two. This was the actual box plot. And this was the, when I changed one observation. And it says observation number 13. There is some problem. It is marked as star. Mark as star. That means it will give you a warning that you refer back to your data. There is some problem with observation number 13. Must check is whether it is a correct observation or it's a wrong observation, right? Otherwise, you can draw a histogram, you can draw any other plot. You will never come to know where is the problem. But box plot will depict where is the problem. All right. And now you go back to your observation number 13. It will give you observation number also. Observation number 13. Here is observation number 13. So actual value now it is showing 151. Actually, it was 51. So there is a problem with the data and you can make a correction. Otherwise, your mean will shift somewhere else. Your median will go somewhere else. Entire correlation, entire analysis will be wrong. You may be able to publish your thesis also. And later on, after 10 years, you will realize that there are problems with the thesis. Right? I didn't check that time. So it's better to draw the box plot first and see if there is any problem. I'm not saying that it is always a wrong entry. It could be a very, very influential observation also. Because let's say data is not related to age, it is related to blood pressure. And blood pressure generally varies from, let's say, 80 to 120, maybe 130, 40, depending upon age of the person, right? But there could be a patient whose blood pressure may go up to 270. And let's say this is patient, you draw the box plot, patient number 13, it shows that it is going 260. That means doctor has to give a special treatment for this patient. Otherwise, he is going to have a brain hemorrhage or something, some other problem, right? So if you go to cardiology ward of PGI, after every 5 minutes, there is a CCU ward, cardio care unit, and every patient is attached to that continuous box plot figure. After every 5 minutes, there is a box plot which is drawn up for blood pressure. And if there is a high blood pressure goes for any patient, patient number 30, it beeps also. And doctor gets the indication that this patient is having a problem. So it's a very, very important graph. Okay. So I have discussed some of the basics of SPSS. You see, statistics is such a vast field, you cannot discuss the entire statistics in 1 or 2 lectures. But whatever you want me to cover in next 20 minutes, I can cover. If you want me to testing, I can go. If you want me to correlation regression, I can cover that. Should I go for correlation regression also? Yes, please. Because testing needs some more rigorous lecture. So I'll go to correlation regression. Okay. All right. Let me just look into this correlation part, because PPT, I think I was having a PPT. Let me see, PPT is in my. PPTs are not here. Let me check this computer if some PPTs is available here. Okay, PPT is not available for, it's on my laptop, but anyhow, I'll give you some idea. You can understand, I think, in a better way. Okay, suppose I open this data set, which is Y and X. You can see Y, you can see X. Now, what if you see the labels, Y is basically IQ1 and X is basically IQ2. I mean, there was a psychologist using 2 types of instrument to measure IQ levels. One by using IQ1 when measured by instrument number 1, and another by instrument 2 that is given the label as IQ2. So if there is a close resemblance, what is a correlation? Basically, correlation is nothing but it will show you the strength of the relationship between two variables. It will show you the strength of the relationship between two variables. For example, if you look at, let's say, correlation between height and weight. Obviously, if you plot height on x-axis, weight on y-axis, you will expect then height will increase, weight is also likely to increase. So if you look at the relationship between height and weight, seems to be positive most of the time, right? But there could be, if the points are going in the forward direction, that means there is a increasing trend, then we say that there is a positive correlation. But sometimes what happens, there could be a negative trend also. For example, correlation between consumption and prices. If when prices goes high, consumption will go down. Everybody has faced demonetization problem. And I think during the last 2 months, everybody has saved money because we were unable to spend, right? Anyhow, when onion prices goes high in the country, people start using less onions. So if you increase the prices, the consumption will go down. So in that case, you can expect which type of correlation? Negative correlation, right? And sometimes there will be no correlation. No correlation picture is like correlation between, suppose, blood pressure and hemoglobin level. I cannot say that those patients who are having high blood pressure, they will be having low hemoglobin or high hemoglobin. I cannot say like that. There is no clinical relationship also. So there could be no relationship. If the points are scattered all around, there could be no relationship. If it's an increasing trend, then there could be a positive relationship. If there is a decreasing trend, then there could be negative relationship, right? I don't have the PPT otherwise. And let me draw the graph and show it to you. So go to graph for this y and x and look at the graph, scatter plot. So go for a simple plot. Let's say y on y-axis, x on x-axis, and go for the plot. So here is the plot. So this is the plot of the diagram, dots of the diagram. So what do you think? It's a decreasing trend or increasing trend? Points are increasing or points are decreasing? I mean, it's increasing. Okay, use the cursor only. Okay. I mean, you can see all the points. If I start drawing a line will be like this, right? That means what I can see, that the points are in the increasing direction. Increasing direction means that if you are increasing IQ 2 levels, IQ 1 is also increasing. All right. So there seems to be some type of relationship, and it's positive relationship or negative. What do you think? Yes, please. Do you think it's increasing means positive? If the points could have been like this, then it would be decreasing. Now to see, I just double click here and draw that line also, which is called line of best fit. So we just mark all the points, right click and add fit line at total. There is the option which says add fit line at total. Just a minute. I mark this point and right click, and there is the option here which is called add fit line at total. It's not coming. Let me see. So right here, problem is not color of the line, because here it is. Stop sharing. There is one line coming here. Can I hide this? I can hide this, right? Okay. Now you double click. Double click means you will come to the chart editor. That means you can edit your chart. Now mark this point, any point, right click, and this is add fit line at total, right? So this shows that there is an increasing trend, right? If the line is drawn from here to here, then there will be a decreasing trend. So what it says that there is an increasing trend. Increasing trend means there is a which type of relationship? Positive. There is a positive relationship between the two. Okay. Now once we establish that there is a positive relationship, I want to know the exact value of correlation. So how to look at the exact value of correlation? Go to analysis, go to correlate, and here it is bivariate. Why it is called bivariate? Because there are two variables, y and x. So go to bivariate. If both of them are measurements, now y is a measurement, x is also a measurement, then we go for Curl-Pearson type. This is Pearson type of correlation. If both are ranking variables, one is ranked, another is ranked on a 5-point scale, then go for Spearman's rank correlation, right? So I take this here, I take this here, and compute the value of the correlation. So this is the table I am getting. So here is the, so it will, SPSS will always give you a matrix. Matrix means correlation of IQ1 with IQ1 will always be 1. Same variable will be 100% correlated with another same variable. But that is not my interest. My interest is to see the correlation between IQ1 and IQ2. So what is the amount of correlation? 0.670. That means strength of the relationship is about 67%. That's why points were scattered. If the points were very close to each other, that means there could be high positive correlation. Of course, this seems to be a moderate type of correlation. Although it is positive, but moderate type of correlation. Still, somebody may be interested to see whether it is significant or it is non-significant. And here is a p-value. So this value in SPSS, wherever it is written significance two-tailed, then it is called a p-value. So here the p-value is 0.001. Basically, it is 0.0001. Because p-value can never be 0. Because if you look at the graph of the bell-shaped curve, it never touches the x-axis. Right? So because it is only 3 decimals, so it is coming out to be 0. Otherwise, if there is, this is called p-value. And if you want to see whether your correlation is significant or not, just compare p with 0.05. If p-value is less than 0.05, result is significant. If p-value is more than 0.05, not 0.5, 0.05, right? Then the value is non-significant. So what about the value p-value here? How much? 0.000. So certainly it is less than 0.05. That means the correlation is significant. And if it is significant, then star will be marked here. You can see the star. You can see the star. Asterisk will be marked, right? And next will give you how many observations are involved in computing the correlation. How many are involved? 44. So there are 44 number of observations in this. All right. So this is the interpretation. So there is a positive. What is the interpretation? There is a positive correlation between IQ1 and IQ2. Of course, not very strong, but moderate type. And it is based on 44 observations, but still significant. Okay. That is the interpretation. Any question about correlation now? So this is a simple correlation. There are many other types of correlation. Now, simultaneously, let me go for regression also. There's somebody having a question on regression. So we can use regression. Now, please, those who are having questions now, they have to be more attentive. When we talk about correlation is just giving a strength of relationship between two variables. Correlation is never used for prediction. Correlation individually can never be used for prediction, right? It's only the regression which is used for prediction. You are watching television, there is next day's forecast, all based on regression techniques, right? Which I'll be discussing, although they are not very simple regression techniques, but here I'll give you some idea about regression. In regression analysis, there will be two types of variables. One variable will be dependent, another is independent. And you have to be careful which one is independent, which one is dependent. For example, if it is a relationship between height and weight, so I can consider weight as dependent, height as independent. It could be other way around also. What I can expect that if height will increase, weight is also likely to increase. So whatever is likely to increase is a dependent variable. If you make changes, that is an independent variable. So let's say weight depends upon height. Weight depends upon. So weight will be dependent, height will be independent. Now, if you look at age and blood pressure, you have to be very careful because blood pressure may depend upon age. It's 90 plus age generally. So blood pressure may depend upon age, but age doesn't depend upon blood pressure. Age doesn't depend upon blood pressure. So here you have to be very careful. Which one is dependent and which one is independent. So here dependent will be blood pressure. Independent will be age. And if you are doing it the other way around, many questions will be there. How you can do that? Right? So you have to be very careful. This I'm talking of two variable relationship. One is independent, another is dependent. Then we have a multiple regression also. What is a multiple regression? Where more than two variables are involved. For example, heart disease. Heart disease depends upon number of factors. It depends upon cholesterol level. It depends upon ECG level. It depends upon age of the patient. It may depend upon blood pressure also. So it depends upon so many factors. When one variable dependent upon so many factors, then we use multiple regression, right? Somebody was asking which technique is optimal. So depending upon the problem, it depends upon the problem. Where we have to use simple regression. If it is involving 2 variables, we can use simple regression. If it involves more than 2 variables, we have to go for multiple regression. Okay, so let me apply a simple regression on this. Let me take y as a dependent variable and x as an independent variable. So how to go for regression analysis? Okay, go to analyze, all right, and then there is a regression. And we have seen that there is a linear regression. Linear means points are along a straight line. That is the idea of linearity. So go to linear. So dependent variable is y, independent variable is x, right? And then you simply press OK. And if you press OK, you will get this value. So what I am assuming that y is equal to, what is the equation of a straight line? Equation of a straight line is y is equal to a plus bx. Y is equal to a plus bx. If you go to any 10th standard, 11th standard, you know equation of a straight line. So here y is a dependent variable. So you can see that dependent variable is IQ1. And what is your, now a and b, they can be computed from the data. So there is a special method of mathematical formula which is called method of least squares. And by applying this method of least square, which minimize the error sum of squares basically, we can estimate a and b. So a and b are known to you. Suppose this is the equation, y is equal to a plus bx with you. I give you the value of a, I also give you the value of b. Now what is unknown? Only thing is you can give value of x, you can estimate y. So a and b now estimated from the data. This is the value of a, constant. This is the value of b. This is your a, this is your b, estimated from the data. So your equation will be y is equal to a, that means 19.844 plus 0.754 into x. X is your IQ2. Now you give any value to IQ2, you can estimate IQ1. Right? Let me give you another example of simple regression. Now, how many participants are here? At right now, 3, 7 are here. Suppose if I measure the height and weight of each and every one, I'll get 7 observations. Suppose one has just gone outside, or maybe is not present today. The one person is not present. So how many observations I'll get? 6. So based on the, although it's an inappropriate number in statistics, but still I can apply this regression. I'll get the value of a and b, right? Now, because I'll be having a weight and height of all the 6, so I can assume that when a height will increase, weight will also increase. So I'll get a linear trend type of picture, and I'll get the value of a and b. But this is based on 6 observations. The next day when I enter the class, the 7th one who was absent, now it is present. He is present. But by the time weighing machine is not with me, but equation is with me. But somehow I can measure the height of a person. Weighing machine is not with me. So I measure the height, substitute this as a x, multiply by this plus add to this, I'll get the weight of the person without having weighing machine. That's problem is called regression. So regression is used for prediction. Correlation is just form a part of prediction, right? It just form a part of prediction. So that is the idea. That's why I'm saying you are watching television. There is a next day forecast that in Saturday and Sunday there is going to be rain. It was already forecasted. How come? It's all based on all this regression techniques. So there is this is a simple regression. I hope this makes sense to you, right? Now I'll come to finally the multiple regression, then I'll stop. It will take another 5 minutes, madam. Okay. So I'll come to the multiple regression part. This was the simple regression. So here is multiple regression. Okay. So here is the data for multiple regression, where this is the IQ level, and IQ may depend upon number of factors like mental age, anxiety, depression score, stress, communication score, convolution score. So somebody was interested to see that IQ is dependent upon all this. Can I apply a multiple regression equation or not, right? They want to see the relationship of IQ with the rest of the independent variables. They want to estimate basically IQ based on mental age, based on anxiety, based on depression score, stress, communication score, and convolution score. So all these are predictors. Predictors means independent variables. How many independent variables are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And which one is a dependent variable? IQ. So your equation will be IQ is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1, where x1 will be mental age, plus beta 2 x2, where x2 will be anxiety, plus and so on. Last will be beta 6 and x6, where x6 will be convolution score. So this is the equation which you have, right? The question is how to, again, we apply mathematical equations to solve all this. And once we have all this, so now you can apply multiple regression. So I'll apply multiple regression. Now there are two important questions. Let me discuss. There are two important questions. How many predicted variables are there on which IQ can be predicted? There are 6, right? All of them may not be important to predict IQ. Maybe only few of them may be important, right? So if I want to see which ones are more important, then further analysis is required, and that is called stepwise regression analysis. That is called stepwise. In stepwise regression analysis, you will be able to include only those variables into the model which are making significant contribution to predictive IQ. Second question will be, which out of this is the most important variable for you, which can predict IQ? So answer to both these questions I'll now carry out, and you will get the answer to both this. Which is the most important, and how many predictors we require? Can we require 6 predictors? We require 4 predictors, or all of 6 are important, or only 1 or 2 are important? I'll get the answer to this. Okay, just now be concentrate 5 minutes, then go to analysis, again go to regression, go to linear. Which one is a dependent variable? IQ. Which ones are independent variable? Rest of them. So I'll take all these independent variables here. Right? Now I simply apply the enter method. There are methods here, different methods. If I apply the enter method, it will do the analysis for all the variables, whether they are significant, whether they are non-significant. Suppose I apply this. I'll show you the result. So here is the result. So your equation is dependent variable is IQ, and all these are independent variables. You look at their significance level. These are their p-values. These are the p-values. And if p-value is less than 0.05, the result will be significant. If p-value is more than, result will be insignificant. Now you look at the first variable, mental age. Mental age, p-value less than 0.05. This is a p-value for mental age. So that means mental age is related to IQ. Number 1. Number 2, anxiety. What is the p-value here? Again, very less. That means it is also related to IQ. Third is depression score. IQ with depression score, again the p-value is small. All right, p-value is small. That means again their p-value is less than 0.05 because it is 0.03, which is still less than 0.05. So it is coming out to be significant. What about stress? What about stress? How much it is? 0.182. Is it less than 0.05 or more than 0.05? More than point. That means this is an irrelevant variable which is being included in the model. It is not making any significant contribution to predict IQ. Then what it is doing here? It should be out of the model. Next one, communication score, also non-significant. Convolution score, also non-significant. So out of the 6, only 3 are making significant contribution. Then why we are including unnecessarily rest of the 3? They should be out. And how to exclude them? Just apply stepwise regression. That's it. So I'll go for stepwise, and you will see the result, final result. So go to analysis, go to regression again, linear, and change the method here. Now there are many methods here. One is stepwise, another is remove, another is forward. Then there is a backward method also. People ask me which method is better. Let me tell you which method is better. You can apply any of the methods. You will get almost the similar result. But if you look at the efficacy of the different methods, the efficacy of forward method is better than all of them. So always apply forward method. Okay? And press OK. And if you apply, you will get the similar type of result. But it will give you a hierarchy also. Which one is the highly correlated with IQ? So now you can see the anxiety. If you see the previous output, first was coming out to be mental age. Next was anxiety. Next was depression score. Rest of them were non-significant. But here, hierarchy has changed. It says that anxiety is the most important variable. which is correlated with IQ. I mean, if anxiety is high, maybe IQ may be low, right? And next is mental age, next is depression. And where are the rest of the three? They have been thrown out of the model because they were not making any significant contribution. So your final equation is here. So here is the final equation. This is number 3. 1 means when only anxiety, 2 means when anxiety and mental age, 3 means when all the 3 are significant. Now you see anxiety is coming out to be significant, 0.00. Mental age, significant. Depression score, significant. So what will be your final equation? Final equation will be IQ is equal to, constant is minus 13.667 plus 0.906 into anxiety plus 0.702 into mental age plus 4.627 into depression score. And if somebody comes to a psychologist, he can simply measure their anxiety, mental age and depression, substitute in this equation, he can estimate IQ without having IQ instrument. That is the idea of prediction. And where are the rest of the 3 variables? They have been thrown out of the model. Stress, communication score and convolution. Why? Because their p-values you look at. Their p-values were more than 0.05. So they are out of the model. So your final equation has come, and look at the value of R square. I mean, how predictable you are. At number 3 step, your R square value is coming out to be 0.995. That means you can predict IQ with 99.5% accuracy, which is very high, right? So just based on 3 predictors, you can estimate the value of IQ. So this is what I want to cover. Although I could not touch upon the parametric and non-parametric part because of the time shortage. You already have, I think, 2 o'clock the validity function. So best of luck for that. Is there any test also?
Yeah.
For candidates? Okay.
There is the post.
So best of luck, definitely then. So now if you have any query, any questions, so next maybe 5 minutes I can spend upon a question or query. Different centers can ask me questions.
So are we calling for go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is from Government Engineering College, Karwar. Which you are talking about SPSS is considered open source.
Sir, please repeat the question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, the SPSS tool, is it available open source?
Can you write down, please? We are unable to understand. If you write down the question, then maybe I can answer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll answer. Just write down the question. I'll answer.
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Hello. Sir, software is freely available, easily accessible.
Okay, now I think he is asking SPSS is easily available.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, sir.
If that is your question, let me just answer. SPSS is not a free software, but if you are just going for a basic module, if you are working in a college or some institute, basic module will cost you only 1.5 lakh. And I think 1.5 lakh anybody can afford.
Yeah,
even in a college also. But if you go for the whole module will cost you 8.5 lakh. 8.5. Because there are 13, 14 modules. If you buy all the modules, including actuarial, including generalized IT models and more advanced recognition techniques, then you require 8.5. Otherwise, even artificial intelligence is also including there, right? Neural network, etc. They're all. But otherwise, if you just work on some basics, like basics cover most of the social sciences, statistical analysis.
They're all engineers.
They can
go for 8.5.
If the grant is available, they can go for. If they are working on neural network, then you require the advanced all modules. So you have to spend more money. Yes, please. All कोई center देखिए.
Okay. GEC, would you like to raise the question by writing it? GEC Karwar?
That's it, madam. Thank you.
Hello? Any other question is there from the audience? Hello, sir. Is there any other question? Any question from your side? Are we audible?
Okay.
Hello?
Thank you.
Thank you to make an
नहीं ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है. It's not possible to cover this statistics in 1 or 2 lectures, but anyhow.
So, friends, on behalf of all the participants at the various network centers and the participants at NITR, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Sharma for being with us this session and dealing with the basics of the data, what kind of data we can have, and what are some of the operations in descriptive and inferential statistics. And as rightly said by him towards the end, that the time 2 hours or 1.5 hours is actually not sufficient to deal with the various techniques which are at the disposal of the researcher. But I would simply add that you need to have a very sound theoretical background of all these techniques and then use SPSS for getting the interpretation of the results right. So with these words, I thank him once again and look forward to having him in my future programs also. And I thank all the participants. And now we disperse for lunch. And maybe we start at 2:10 rather than 2, because you can have your lunch, come back, and 2:10 we'll start with our post-test. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
सर पेमेंट वो कर रहे हैं 8 तो करे आज ही ट्रांसफर हो जाएगा नहीं मैंने तो पूछा ना मैंने मेरे बाकी तो बनती
ହାତ ଧୋଇଥିଲି ଆଜି ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଇଣ୍ଟରଭ୍ୟୁ ଚାଲିଛି କି ଟିଆରପି ରୁ କେତେ ଜଣ ବାହାରିକି ଆସିବ ମୁଁ ଖାଲି କୋଉ ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ପାନୀର ଏଚଆର ଟିଚର ହାତ ଧୋଇଥିଲି ଯେ ମୋତେ ନିଜକୁ ଖରାପ କରି ପଳେଇ ଆସିଲି ଟିଆରପି ସେ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଛିଡା ହେଇଛନ୍ତି କୋଉ କମ୍ପାନୀର ଏଚଆର କି କଣ ସେ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ଲାଗୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଚଆର ସେ ଭାବୁଛି ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜ ଦରକାର ଗୋଟେ ହାତ ଧୋଇଥିଲି ସେଟା ସେ ଭାବୁନାହାନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଟା ସେ ଭାବୁନଥିବ ଆମ କଥା ଜାଣିଛି ଆମେ କେ ଭାବୁଛେ ଗୋଟେ ହାତ ଧୋଇଟା ନଷ୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗା ନାହିଁ ଡାକ୍ତର ଲାଗୁଛି ଶାନ୍ତି ପିଲା ଆସିଲେ। उज्जवल बोले सेक्शन 6 रे थिला फास्ट ईयर उज्जवल मने पड़छि आपण सेक्शन रे ओडे उज्जवल चौधरी ना कोन उज्जवल कुमार माने फनी टाइप ऑफ पिलाटा सेक्शन 8 रे फनी टाइप बेटा पढे नि किछि नै किछि तो जानना था सबले कॉपी करतु 8 ताठो ये करे हां वो ट्रिपल रे सर से जॉब पे कैंपस पे सी अच्छा हे पिकना कोड ओडा आस्तला पाइछि
মানে খালি ক্লাস তো আসি প্লাস স্কুল লেভেল চাকরি পাইছো ভাবলে
ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ସେଇ ଗୋଟେ କେତେ ଗୋଟେ ରାଣ୍ଡମଲି ଚୁଜ ହେଇଛି ଭଲ ଭଲ ପିଲାଗୁଡା ଉଠିକି ସେଇ କ୍ୟାମ୍ପସ ଟା ପଳେଇ ଆସିଲେ କହିଲେ ସେମାନେ ତ ରାଣ୍ଡମଲି ନଉଛନ୍ତି ଆମେ କାହିଁକି ଇଏ କରିବୁ ଯୋଉଥିରେ କି ଏମାନେ
ମାନେ ପିଲା ବହୁତ ଭୁଲ ଇନଫର୍ମେସନ ବାହାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି
ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ସାର୍ ବହୁତ ଗୁଡେ ପିଲା ପାଇଛନ୍ତି ଉଜ୍ଜବଳ କଣ ମାନେ ସାର୍ ସେ ଗୋଟେ ଲାଇନ କହିପାରିବେନି ଛିଡା ହେଇକିନା
ଆଉ ସେଟା ସେମାନେ
ହଁ ପାଉଛି
ତା କାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ପାନୀ ଦବ ମାନେ ଆମେ ପଢି ପାରିବେନି if I am not efficient ଆପଣ ମତେ କାଇଁ ଦେବେ
ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ସାର୍ କେତେ ଗୋଟେ ଇଏ ଆମର ଟି ର ନାମ ନେମ୍ ସିଲେକ୍ଟ ହୋଉଛି
ମାନେ ଏମାନେ ସବୁ ଫେଲ ଅଛି ଭୁଲ ଲେଉଜ ଫେଲ ଅଛି
ତ ଏଇ କପା ଲକ୍ ହବ ନା
ପିଲା ପୁରା ଭୁଲ ଲେଉଜ ଦଉଛନ୍ତି ବହୁତ ପିଲା ସୁବ୍ରତ ବେହେରା ପିଲା ଟୋଟାଲି କ୍ଲାସ କରିଲେ ସେ ପାଇଲା
ସୁବ୍ରତ ବେହେରା କିଏ କହିଲେ ଓହୋ अब कंप्यूटर
3 point something पैकेज रे पाइस
से बाहर ही पाइला
नहीं नहीं एक पाइस कैंपस
को कौन पाइला की
वेस्ट कैपिटल प्रॉपर आउ नहीं जो कौन सा खबर भगत सीक्योर क्लास करछे अपन देखा 4 सेमेस्टर में तक अपन नो देते 4 सेमेस्टर ले 4 सेमेस्टर टोटल क्लास नहीं 5th रे नहीं 6th रे नहीं 7th रे नहीं 8th रे नहीं से जो पाइस
सामने को कास्तिला जो हां
3 point something रे पैकेज 3.3 ना 3.4
सी कोटा हमर कंपनी ना बाहर
80 कंपनी तेणु 5 करेंगे से परफॉर्म करने ताको दासी रे
एटा हम 6 फायदा तो थोड़े ही
पिला बहुत एडिशनल कोर्स है जेमते अब कौन से नाचिया जो भल जगह अच्छा वो घोड़ी चाकरी देता हो एमे चाकरी में आसी एठी सेठी
आज देखिला को मो मने को के छाड़ा आके बंद कर देले मु कहले सिलेक्टेड कैंडिडेट
डाटा समझ दियो
सर ये जी
उनका परसेंटेज कितना 20% हो
मैडम और एक
आपको बोला पानी में फोटो
वो आएगा ना कौन सी ना तो
70% प्लस में होगा
कुछ पढ़
फाइल और गाइडलाइन गुडा का अपन को प्रिंसिपल डाक्यूमेंट ठीक है गाइडलाइन को फाइल जो बने किंतु गाइडलाइन अपन जानि परिबे से जो अपन क्राइटेरिया करने दी सब ऊपर से छोटा छोटा ब्लू रे लिखाई से ब्लू टा को पढ़ले भले के अपन जानि देबे कोन कोन दरकार
प्रिंसिपल हम मीटिंग रे डाके
हां समस्त डाकी कहबे किंतु से सबमिट बटन दबा हला परे
से हमको प्रोफेसर ने सब मीटिंग बहुत टाइम में छूटे सर कहबे नहीं सर
अरे हमर तो मु तो दाम बेले बेले बसी पड़छि 3 घंटा 4 घंटा
भयंकर मीटिंग
3 घंटा 4 घंटा हम बसु छी
हमरो ये बहुत चार्ज टाइम सर
हम तो खाई सरी जो हम जो टाइप करी ना तार प्रिंट आउट दिला पेज कर दो सेव अटेंडेंस बना ईआर बिल जो ऑर्डर रे जाउ हमर द्वारा इतने रोल नंबर 14 सेठी ईआर बिल केते गला 3 में गलो ईआर बिल जहाँ प्रिंट हैला सेटा को करे हां भाई ये संतोष हेल्पलाइन ने संतोष कह दो दो दिन में एक नहीं बनाना है हाँ सर कैसे बनाना है वो जो गाइडलाइन है वो भी लिखा गया
अबे सर जो मैंने कर टाइम टेबल किसी प्रॉब्लम नहीं ताकर किसी चेंज चेंज होते बता ना वो देखिए ना सर
मैं भी करो अलगा अलग चेंज करे मैं लोकल पूरी किसी में चेंज
आप सेट रेस्पॉन्ड कर दीजिए सेट हम रेस्पॉन्ड कर दीजिए आरंभ हो सब लॉन्च कई बचन सर
लॉन्च धीरे धीरे स्टार्ट हो साउंड बढी दो एटा आपण जा करछे करन ये साइड रे
नहीं से माने येटा देखिए ना
नहीं आपण डाकियो कॉलेज ना डाकियो एटा जहां भी टिक को जदी करिया पे हम
नहीं करिया कोन सर बेले बेले डिप्यूटी जो सिलेबस देछि सेटी माने अपोजिट ऑर्डर रे देछि तो सेही केस रे टिके चेंज हो लाइन में कुछ अछि सेकेंड दरकार हो एंदे लास्ट टाइम को बनाई दिले कि सिलेबस तो कागज से प्रिंट हेलानी कोन पड़े गले किए कलेक्ट करे सर मु कोन फिल से सर चार्ज दिला हमरो मोहिनी बाबू और कैलाश सेमन तो कैलाश छाला से का किसी चार्ज हैंड ओवर कर रहा है टाइम नो आईडिया की पड़ेगा सर बहुत दैट से एनके हर क्वेश्चन है
बोला भी तो दोनों मोटा ना सब पाएगा
सर आंसर मिल जाए किसी ना एबे जते जहां पे फाइल पत्र रहो सब जहां आमे ही रखे आगे थे किसी नहीं हाँ सर अच्छा
आरंभ करिवे जेना सर को आरंभ करिवे
फाइल का
आज को है
आज शुक्रवार
आपण शनिवार करन नहीं किसी
मु आज रे काम करिबो हमर सासु मैडम ने मते फाइल हम कॉलेज Yeah, right, sir. Sorry. Right. Boromunda Sriram. 167. नाटा कौन? बुरो है. हाँ, से 5 मिनट बस ही है. तो मैं आपको कॉल कर दूँगा.
नाना सर गए तो ऑडिट आड़े
मु सारे फ्लैट लाभ कोन करिम को नै मते सर सबरे पुरे लाभ कि मु एते रही सपोर्ट रही कि लाभ जुआड रही सर मु गोटे दिटा लिटर ना सबरे पुरे मत हो मते जा देबे मते गोटे दिटा जा देबे मते एई लाभ तो आ सकाळ दिन 10 मिनिट हां माटी दे मु दिटा लाभ सर अधिक 4 घंटा मुझे टेल दी जण कोन हेबे हां मु 4 घंटा रखियो नै देखो मु अपेयर के लागना चाहे जो टैक्टिकली डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दे मु 4 घंटा सर
आगे चैनल
ना एडजस्ट किम दो कोन सकल त 3टा लगा बोलছি ना हां 3टा लो गोटे खाली हां खाली पडियो था गोटे Nama berapa? Ini apa tadi?
काहीच नाही सध्या आम्ही इतकं प्रॅक्टिकलला सर पुन्हा 4 ते 7 आम्हाला 7 कुठं बसायचं Lab assistant, electrical department. The program photography सांगितले ज्यांच्या विषय या सर दोनों टेस्ट द्यायचे असं नाही ना ते आराम सर नाही म्हणा दूसरा चेक पेपर गया टिक मार्क करा वाले करा
पढ़ रहे ना
बारबरस करा पेंसिल में बंद कर दिया पहले वाला आता आमचं सुटेल कशी सगळे प्रेझेंट असतात
मैंने सबके नहीं किया था। तो गुप्ता जी के वहाँ पे वीडियो ही तो देख रहे हो, कहते कि हमें तो प्रैक्टिकल के लिए भी चाहिए। मैंने कहा नहीं प्रैक्टिकल भी कराना,
So, good afternoon everyone and welcome to the valedictory session. I hope the senses are connected to us and the participants are back from the lunch. Fine, so we are starting our test. We have 217. So kindly distribute the test and let the people complete within half an hour.
স্যার বসুন বসুন 2 মিনিট বসুন देखियो गांधीजी कॉलेज में कोई हो बड़ी रजिस्ट्रेशन कर इधर आ जाओ ticket center to circulate. Are they have to administer the test and let me know how many method is battery? Ari. None. Test the distance. मेरी बात चाहिए Army Engineering College. May I know how many participants are here with the test? Has the post test been circulated? You got the post test?
Hello, madam.
RV Engineering College.
Hello.
RV Engineering College.
Hello.
नहीं ये आ गया ना गांधी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज। एक सेकंड कैमरा ऑफ किया है गांधी MIT जम्मू।
So MIT Jammu, have you got the post test and are you able to do it?
ये रिप्लाई से नहीं करते
बोल दे नहीं रिप्लाई नहीं करते। एक कौन है?
नीति मीनाक्षी इंस्टीट्यूट।
Niti Meenakshi Institute. Has the post test been calculated? सर आप पोस्ट टेस्ट मिल गया कर रहे हो?
Hello. We are preparing.
हाँ जी. So the post test has been given.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am. Have you got the post?
Yeah, this is SP. Yeah, madam, it's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is SPF2 Karnataka.
How many SPFU?
Yeah, madam.
So test is going on.
madam.
Yes, madam, it's going on.
Okay. Ask the teachers to write their name on it.
Yeah. I've asked it, madam. They have written already. I asked it.
Fine. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, madam.
So Gyan Jyoti Institute of Management and Technology.
That's right.
कारवार की
College, Harvard. Did you get the post test? Please reply. Please. सब लोग मेरे शक्ल देख रहे हैं तो बोल रहे So have you got the post test? Been to Harvard University.
Harvard, the post test is going on, madam.
ये इन्होंने लिख दिया कैरियर यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने पोस्ट टेस्ट इज गोइंग ऑन।
ओके।
नीति मीनाक्षी वालों ने भी लिख दिया पोस्ट टेस्ट इज गोइंग ऑन। MIT नहीं ये आरवी बेंगलोर वालों ने भी लिख दिया। मुलाना वालों ने भी लिख दिया।
Ma'am, have you given the post test? Only participant in the center.
ये कह रहे हैं
ये कौन है? The first interview.
हवेरी वाले टेस्ट
एक सेकंड यानी एक ये Angade Institute of Technology. Has the post test been given? ABS Ghaziabad भी है. ABS ABS Ghaziabad करते हैं. ABS है GGM ये जी बड़ा है ना भाई मेरा काम सब ना मुझे लग रहा है के नाम लिख के साइन करो. बताओ LES 15 नहीं मैं तो वो आपको only 5, 6, 7.
कानू खड़े होना मैं तो होना फिर हो सकता. अच्छा अच्छा सर नहीं जल्दी खत्म करेगा.
So the centers at the speaker on it. Okay, mic on. So the centers which have already completed the post test, they can fill in the evaluation performer, the course evaluation performer sent by me to the coordinators. Hopefully a copy has been distributed to all the members. Please go ahead with the course evaluation performer. नहीं बस बस बस. Okay, fine. Can you give it to me?
मैंने उसको कंप्लीट कर ली थी।
थोड़ा थोड़ा 4 4 8 4 12 2 14 2 16। ओके बीड, ये तो अभी कुछ खा पी रहे हैं। नेम लिखना है? आपने पहले में भी लिखा हुआ है? नहीं, आप लिखा है, मैंने लिखवा लिया था ना, अदरवाइज आई विल नॉट नो चेंजेस। अभी तो इट्स जस्ट हैविंग एन आइडिया। अगर कुछ निकल रहा हुआ तो मे बी आई विल राइट अ पेपर एंड पब्लिश। ये भी एक मौका होता है ना, क्योंकि डन द प्रोग्राम फॉर 2 weeks, देन नाउ दिस इज 1 week, तो लेट्स सी। बीड वाले क्या खा रहे हैं सारे, पता नहीं पान चबा रहे हैं। इन्हीं को आवाज कैच कर लेना, उत्थे चल जाती है साफ। ओके मैंने भी दस दो। अच्छा जी, if all the centers they have completed the post test, kindly distribute the evaluation performer so that the participants can fill in the course evaluation performer. And I'll request all the coordinators to kindly collect after the participants fill in the 2. Then we have SPFU. Then we have S6. तो F6 तो है ही नहीं। हाँ, so they have switched over. क्यों है ना? नहीं, but they are not visible anywhere. ये क्या है? 3 2 5 3 8 and they are the people, are they faculty members? No, that doesn't look like. This is SRM? नहीं, ये कौन सा है भैया? नीचे कुछ नहीं लिखा जी। ओके ओके ओके। सो आप मुझे ये बताओ, जो इतना बड़ा हॉल है, 3 2 5 3 8 and they doesn't look like They do not look like that. नहीं ना? ऐसे लग रहा है जैसे वैसे ही 3 लोगों को बिठा दिया वहां पे. कौन है? जिथे चिट्टियां चिट्टियां कुर्सियां लगी हुई एयरपोर्ट वर्गियां. कोई गल नहीं. देखो ये किहड़ा सेंटर है?
F6 SRM है मैम.
दिखाओ दोबारा करो. नहीं नहीं चिट्टियां कुर्सी. ओके SRM यूनिवर्सिटी. कैन आई स्पीक टू द कोऑर्डिनेटर? हाँ जी कोऑर्डिनेटर कहाँ पे है आपके? सर आप कितने मेंबर्स हो? आपने पूरा प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया है?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I know the name of the faculty members who are sitting in the hall? Kindly give me the name of the people who are sitting.
Okay, ma'am.
5, 8. So 8 people are sitting in the room. Can you please give your name?
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
आप अपना नाम बोल दीजिए. हाथ तो मुझे नजर आ रहा है आपका. आप अपना नाम बोल दीजिए. हाँ जी. ओके और कौन है साथ में? कौन है?
मैं डॉक्टर पूर्वमंडल.
ओके कौन है? ओके
and Mr. Shanti Raju.
Okay. So, sir, what is the total number of participants at SRM?
Yeah, no, right now they are not available, but they are fully attending the courses.
So, I am sorry, ये जो 3, 2, 5, 3, 8 लोग बैठे हैं, have you taken the test and the post test?
Okay, ma'am.
Please come here. Just this.
Hello.
Sir, आपके total number of participants कितने हैं?
Yeah, ma'am. Total 35.
Sorry, मैं आपके सेंटर को सर्टिफाई नहीं कर रही हूँ. If this is the 8 people sitting, have you taken the test post test? आपने प्री
It is over. Ma'am, test has been completed.
पोस्ट टेस्ट ले लिया आपने?
Ma'am, we are facing some technical problem. Our printer is not.
Sorry, technical problem तो सबकी होती है. We are not here to certify on the empty room. Sorry. SRM University, please don't send me anything for which I am. I'm not going to say it. Thank you. Thank you. Please get me to test it.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes,
ma'am. Actually, right now, some of the faculty are not available. Okay, but there are faculty who have attended the classes.
सर ये जो आपकी पार्टिसिपेशन रह रही है हर बार मुझे ये
total we have 37 registered faculty.
I'm sorry to say that. आप लोग we are not here to just certify people. I'm very blunt on that account.
But now, you can allow this faculty to present now.
1 मिनट. आपके 10 लोग बैठे हैं. ये 10 लोगों की अटेंडेंस दीजिएगा and then I'll see.
Okay. But I'm just.
बोलो मत. They have no choice. So friends, all the 7 have been. किसका रह गया भाई? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and all the 7 have filled. Okay. अरे उससे कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ने वाला. अभी नहीं दूंगी. Once you have submitted, submit it. Fine.
Hello, good afternoon, madam. I am from Gyan Jyoti Institute of Management, Mohali.
Ji sir. Ji sir.
18 participants are here in the hall. You can see that. And
That's fine with me. What exactly I'll be requiring a session-wise attendance, which I've already written to the coordinators. So that will be consolidated along with the pre-test, post-test, evaluation performer, and looking at the session-wise details. Then we have to take a decision who are the people, because I have all the records for various sessions, looking at the videos which were available. So don't worry about this at this point of time. We have already finished with the program. So if all the members are through with the course evaluation, so we start with our valedictory session. And let me just, for the guests who have arrived in the valedictory session, apprise the guests what has transpired during the 5 days. Sir, please अपना mic बंद कर लीजिए. SRM अपना mic बंद कर लीजिए. So good afternoon everyone, and welcome to the valedictory session of 5 days program on research methodology. The program started on 9th of January, and during these 5 days, we have tried to cover the various aspects related to research methodology, starting with the concept, the very basic concept of research, the different types of research, and the process that is normally followed to undertake any type of research. It was followed by how to go about selecting a research problem, and then we focused on review of related literature, going into details, what are the various sources, how do you locate, write, analyze, and synthesize the information which you have collected from various sources of information. Then we shifted our focus to the various designs or methodologies which could be used, focusing on descriptive research, correlational research, and experimental research. Because it was 1 week, so we could only focus on these 3 types of research based on the methodology. Then we had a session on, once you have decided about the methodology, how do you go about selecting the sample for the study? So various sampling techniques, probability and non-probability sampling technique were discussed in detail. And this was followed by the kind of tools which could be used for collection of data or the information. And we had a session where we dealt with the questionnaires, the interview schedules, and the observation schedules. And then it was followed by a session on, once the data has been collected, then the role of the researcher is to analyze the data in the light of the objectives and the hypotheses which have been formulated for the study. And today we had a session on statistical techniques using SPSS, and he has only given you an overview of what are the various kinds of data, the scales which are used in research, and then he has enumerated some of the descriptive statistics techniques, including mean, median, and mode, and then going into the normal probability curve. So skewness and kurtosis were just touched upon, and then he has given you examples from various things like how to calculate mean, how to calculate the median, how to have the scatter plot, and how to calculate the correlation. And the basic thing is to understand the different statistical techniques, why they are used, what purpose they serve, what are their assumptions, which is more theoretical rather than simply learning to create a file in SPSS and so on, because result interpretation becomes more important in the light of the objectives and hypothesis. So the 5 days, and then we had one session on how to go about writing research report, and one session on from what are the various sources from where you can have funds for undertaking research. Now, all the participating teachers they had pre-test on the very first day, and today we have gone in for post-test. After receiving the pre-test and post-test information from the various centers, we'll be able to analyze, and maybe if all the people have written their names on pre-test and post-test, we'll be able to do the analysis. Was there any change which could happen in the knowledge component? Because this was only 5 days experience, so I'm not expecting something very drastic, or maybe the people who have joined us for the program, they had previous knowledge about the research process. So maybe the pre-test scores were as high as you could expect in post-test. So with this notion, and you have already given me the course evaluation pro forma, which I sent, you have filled in, again that will be analyzed. But I would like to listen from 2 faculty members from each center with respect to their experience of participating a program on research methodology through ICT mode. So I'm at present able to look at Gyan Jyoti. So maybe I'll request the Gyan Jyoti Institute of Management and Technology. So I would request 2 faculty members to kindly give me the feedback with respect to the program. Over to Gyan Jyoti.
Two faculty. Overall, the program was good, and many participants have learned a lot in this program, the basics of research methodology particularly. And of course, follow-up action will be required to learn the techniques for analysis further and interpretation of SPSS results.
Right. Sir, any specific problem faced during the program?
Yes, in fact, the slides or the your presentation material, because it's coming on 2 different ETV number. So if this can be combined together so that the person who is giving the lecture can switch on the presentation, or sometime when he's explaining, he can explain through his gestures.
Okay. Okay. So that was the problem faced. Thank you so much. Any other member who would like to give the feedback? Gyan Jyoti, any? Hanji, ma'am. Ma'am, please let me know your name also.
Ma'am, my name is Rajneesh Mehra. I am the head of department for the MBA program here at Gyan Jyoti. The issue that we normally faced was the quality of interaction that was actually facilitated by the presenters.
Okay.
Instances where we wanted to participate, but then we were denied participation, so to speak.
Okay. So I'm extremely sorry for that if you feel so that their participation was denied. Okay.
Yes. The reason I'm using the strong word of denying being because we most of the times it was I who's raising the hand, but then the raised hand was completely ignored, and the chance of contributing to the participation was actually not given to us.
Sir, maybe I'm not giving an excuse for this, but we had 18 centers, and at a particular point of time, maybe we were not able to having a eye contact with all the 18 centers, so maybe that was the issue. And I have taken a decision that not more than 5 to 6 centers should be there for generating and ensuring interaction among the participants and the presenter. I also felt that I couldn't interact with the people. at various.
That is all right, ma'am. That is all right. But then the participation was actually restricted to some, common centers wherever it was being facilitated.
Chalo, I apologize for that if you have that kind of a feeling at the end of the program. So any other suggestions you would like to put forth for bringing improvement in the program?
Like Mithun sir said, improve the quality of the content and the presentation, and maybe make the speaker, switch on the presentation as and when the speaker wants it to, rather than leaving it to the centers for taking that particular option.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I'll move to the Maulana Institute, MMU. Maulana University, can we have the feedback from 2 members who have participated in the program?
I am Mr. Dr. A.K. Gupta from Chemistry Department.
Sir, please give your feedback with respect to the program.
The program was excellent for the beginners of research. Since I have 7-year postdoctoral experience and 10-year teaching experience, so for me, I think it is okay. I gain also a lot of knowledge through your presentation. And faculty member, your presentation was one of the best tools to learn how to write research paper and all.
Thank you so much. Any suggestion you would like to give to us to improve the quality of program?
I would like that, since our Maulana University is catering many subjects like physics, chemistry, mathematics, and other engineering subjects. So
right.
I would like that there should have some.
जाके पूछ ले सर आपकी आवाज आ नहीं रही है I would request other centers to switch off the mic. हाँ जी please sir. Suggestions आपका दोबारा बोल दीजिए suggestion.
I would like that your programs should focus on applied sciences such as basic sciences such as chemistry, physics, mathematics.
Okay.
On that, biotechnology, because we Maulana here catering all the subject along with engineering department.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. Any other member who would like to give the feedback from Maulana?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Is it Maulana University? Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. This is Dr. Anil Sharma. MM University Maulana, Department of Biotechnology.
Institute.
Ma'am, the overall course coverage of the this workshop was excellent. I think majority of the areas were covered exceedingly well. What I feel is, apart from this general methodology, I think we would have also covered some of the intricate things, like when we choose about some research paper, we think about its indexing also.
Right.
There is lots of confusion regarding Scopus indexing, PubMed indexing, and many of the engineering journals also.
Right. And so that part was not covered. Fine.
Yeah, and the second thing which I feel can be introduced in the future workshops is about the international funding opportunities for Indian scientists or Indian academia. Yeah.
Fine. So thank you so much.
Apart from that, I think it was really excellent for the basic scientists and journal viewers as well to understand the basic techniques in the research methodology.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity to be with you and to be part of this, being the nodal center for this workshop.
Thank you very much, sir, for the feedback, and your suggestions are well taken. And in future, when we do the program, I assure you that these two aspects will be taken care of. Thank you very much. Over to Indraprasth Engineering College. Indraprasth Engineering College. Over to Indraprasth Engineering College. नहीं? Figure to IEC. Okay, go to ABES. Can we listen to ABES Engineering College?
Hello. Hello.
ABES.
Yeah, ma'am. Are you listening?
हाँ जी, I'm listening. ये तो GJMT आ गया.
Hello.
हाँ जी,
Hello.
go ahead. AB.
Thank you for such an info.
सर अपना नाम बता दीजिए.
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Deepak Garg from ABS Engineering College.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Ma'am, thank you for such an informative program.
Okay.
Many of our faculty members are doing PhD or planning to do PhD. One of the course in PhD is search methodology.
Right.
So this will really help in formulating a problem for your research. One of the very important things you have suggested, I think the presentation was very informative.
Okay.
So thank you for such a ICT-based program.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other member would like to give the feedback from ABES?
Hello.
Hello.
Engineering College.
जी मैम.
Hello. Are you listening?
हाँ, we are listening.
The sessions were very informative, but ma'am, we faced one problem regarding the sessions.
Ma'am,
are you listening?
हाँ जी, I'm listening.
Was that it included the examples from all the departments to focus on a single department.
Okay.
From electronics background, I am getting examples, so I'm not able to correlate my research to that.
Okay, so
it should be
department specific. Fine.
It should be department specific. It will be more informative.
Right.
So participants will be clear of their.
That's very right what you have said. Once we focus on one particular discipline and we have all the examples and all the methodologies which are applicable in that particular discipline, we can focus. So
yeah, ma'am, then it will be more informative and the participants will take more interest.
Okay. So any other suggestion, ma'am? That's it?
Otherwise, it was very good.
Thank you very much. So friends, we have in the ETB studio also the members from different colleges. So I would request one member from the male category and one for the female category. Over to you, sir. Who would like to give the
Hello.
Just I'll come back. Thank you. बोलिए please. आपको आगे अभी आप कर गए हो पीछे. आप में से anybody would like to give the feedback? कुछ? Any your suggestions are welcome. आ जाओ. बोलिए.
I think the course content was very good. Especially, I think lecture from Madam. I think they were eye opener for us. Actually, we have done this actually coursework in PhD, and we have read a lot of things. But I think your lectures were very exhaustive, and really, I was able to focus on every word. Even I was, and I think the last lecture of that person. Yeah, he has cleared, I was not having any idea about these statistical tools and all that, and we were always confused. But he has made basic concepts even clear, basically, about all these fundamental things, actually. And that was very, very good, I think.
Any suggestion from your side?
And I think one course can be organized using statistical tools, actually, only for PhD students.
Okay. Okay.
So that can be very helpful for us.
Thank you so much. Your suggestion is well taken because data analysis through SPSS itself is requires 15 to 20 days. And I think we provided only 2 hours for that particular session. So we'll take care of it. Can we organize separate program for that? That's a suggestion well taken. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Ma'am, the program was very much well conducted and everything was very good, and especially I appreciate all the persons, very knowledgeable person. But the same thing I suggest that if workshop can be on data analysis using SPSS.
Okay.
That 1 week tenure should be entirely on SPSS.
Fine. So thank you very much for the words of appreciation and the suggestion, which is welcome. And we'll think over in the next O plan. Starting with April, we plan at least 1 program on data analysis using SPSS. Over to, I would now request if Indraprastha Engineering College is there, IES? IES? No? Are you able to hear me? Indraprastha Engineering College? No. Okay. Over to SPFU, State Project Facilitation Unit, Karnataka. Over to SPFU, Karnataka.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Auntie, good afternoon.
Ma'am, I'm Mrs. Mangla Patil from Karnataka. The session was really informative and very good. Again, my suggestions are similar to the earlier person, whatever he said. The data analysis by using SPSS tool is really a huge domain. And actually, as even you also said, it requires some 15 days or so. Or according to me, ma'am, like in case if you organize it for some 5 days also along with the system, it would be more practical and everybody would understand how exactly they can come up with all sort of analysis, as well as how to draw the pie chart or whatever the curtices, skewness, how they would get the things. And also, on behalf of all my friends, I would like to thank NIT Chandigarh as well as Karnataka, TechUp SPU Karnataka, ma'am. And the overall session was very informative, very good. And also here, the session started with a test, preliminary test, and ended with a post test, with which we were able to more concentrate as well as realize the significance of the this workshop, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I think again I would say thanks and suggestion well taken. You will find 1 program at least next O plan. Next O plan. Over to any other member from the SPFU would like to convey anything, any suggestions, any addition, deletion to be made in the program.
Good afternoon, madam. Myself, Kishore Kumar from SPFU Karnataka.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
So here is the small feedback from me. We have spent, I think, almost 5 days with you, and all the topics covered by NITTR Chandigarh are satisfactory to all the faculties, I think. And all the topics covered by you are very informative, and best topics have been selected. And those topics, I think, they are going to help all the faculties who want to start up their research work now onwards, and that will be helpful to the students, faculties who are taking MTech courses in the future and PhD courses in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And one thing I want to mention, I have gone through, apart from this training from NITTR Chandigarh, I have gone through the YouTube experimental parts which have been released from the NITTR through the net, and all those are very good. And at that time I came to know that the work done by NITTR is good related to the teaching part and spreading the technical information throughout the India. I would like to thank all the faculties of NITTR Chandigarh who are taking part in this research training program work. And here the arrangement done by TechUp, SPFU Training Center, all the arrangements were good, and the faculties have been very cooperative. Thanks to all the faculties of TechUp, SPFU Center, Bangalore, and thanks to all the faculties of NITTR Chandigarh. And suggestion for you is that Few of the video clips I think you would have introduced during the presentation, and the animation technology is to be used so that that would be helpful to the participants to understand very nicely.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks
much.
a lot.
Mr. Kishore, thank you so much for the suggestions which you have given, and we'll take care of it in our subsequent programs.
Thank you,
Over to GC Hassan. Hassan.
Good afternoon, madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Mohan Machavan, working as associate professor at Malnad College of Engineering, Hassan.
Okay.
Madam, about the contents is concerned, research methodology is a really very useful course, and this is the first time I am participating in this kind of course. Because I have many courses, but that was ICT based courses. This is the first course.
Okay.
About course content is concerned, I am really very happy about the contents. Okay. And resource persons are very good. All sessions are very interactive, and we have got a very good feedback from the all resource persons. Okay. That's very nice. But a few things I want to give suggestion like this. Last 2 weeks ago, I was participated in one program, 1 week program at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. What they made before starting any session, they were giving for the all participants some handouts or means presentation materials.
Right.
Those materials are always useful, and even before the session or after the session, the participants, they will go through those materials. They can read and understand, and whenever the problem is there or a doubt is there, they can clear their doubt. That kind of handouts is really useful. That is right. Second point is that about you put it second day presentations by the participants. No, why not you keep in the last day? Means after gaining knowledge,
okay.
Keep this kind of thing at the end of the day. Because after gaining knowledge, they can present on their own way. That is the better instead of second day.
Fine.
And about this ICT is concerned, whatever we got from the your institute, that was very nice and it was very clear. But when during the question session, we are not getting proper from the other centers. That was not very clear. Very chaos. Means we could not hear properly what they raised the question, but your answer from your center it was very clear. But rest of the centers we could not hear properly. That was the one of the main disadvantage of this kind of things. And another thing is what I observed from our center is concerned, and it is difficult to hold the all participants in case if it was not very clear from the other centers also.
Right.
Madam, about this screen is concerned, the screen is very much need very big screen when we are solving the some problem data analysis using SPSS. During the session we could not get the things very properly, but PPT is very clear. PowerPoint presentation was very clear. After PowerPoint presentation, when he started to use SPSS, we have not followed very clearly what he has done, but we know that how to do the correlation or regression analysis, but that was not clear through screen, madam. And,
thank you.
About another thing is experimental research by Dr. Vidhu Mohan is concerned. She has a very vast experience, but during that session, we are not able to get the, the presentation was not very clear.
Okay.
But we are expected a lot from the Dr. Vidhu Mohan because she has very vast experience. The 42 years of experience means that was the thing. And these are the some kind of input from me, madam. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. If I have gathered what you said regarding the presentation material, I have all the handouts, but this time I couldn't send it to the coordinators at various network centers. Maybe I'll be sending a soft copy to the coordinators. They can distribute that copy to all the teachers who have participated in the program. That should have been done prior to the course. But the people who are attending the program here, we have already distributed a hard copy of the material. We'll ensure you get a copy. Then presentation by the participants towards the end of the program, that's a welcome suggestion. By the time they assimilate and then they make the presentation, it is fine with us. So I'll make sure. Then the problem we are also encountering is when one center is raising the question, other centers are not getting a clear information.
Yeah.
So that because of the different kinds of arrangement that exist at centers, and we are not able to monitor that, that is one of the reasons that the clarity we cannot ensure. But from the day one, it has improved, and we hope to still improve it with the center facility. Then with respect to SPSS, I agree, because the font size was very small when he went to give us a demonstration of opening up a file, then entering the data, then going to the various commands. That visibility was poor. So what can be done, I'll discuss with the team from ETV department, and we'll try to find a solution to that. Another you have said is experimental research. So we'll see in the next program which we are going to have, usme we'll try to focus more on the experimental research, because primarily engineers, scientists, they are involved in experimental research rather than any kind of descriptive or correlational research. So thank you very much for a very exhaustive feedback which you have provided to us. Any other
Is there, Madam, one more point is there. Shall I tell?
Ji.
Yeah, that is emerging areas of research in engineering technology, no?
Hanji.
For this, we are the homogeneous, heterogeneous, participants. But Dr. Ajay K. Dugal was addressed to only civil engineering emerging technologies. How it is possible to segregate the participants during that particular session?
Okay, okay. Welcome suggestion. Can we think of, because at different centers, people from different branches, they were participating, so we could do that segregation, but then I would require about 7-8 studios to go with that kind of presentation, which may not be possible at my end right now. Maybe we have only 3 studios which are functional right now. So, but the suggestion which came earlier, if you have a discipline specific course and you deal with it, it will solve my problems. So we'll see what best can be done in this regard.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I'll go to...
Madam, one more question from GCR, sir.
Hanji, boliye.
By any chance, is there any possibility to conduct 15 days of program, whether it can be general or interdisciplinary program?
15 days, sir, koi bhi program?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Any program or RM, research methodology?
Any program, any program.
15 days, abhi March tak to sir possibility meri nahi hai ki I'll be able to do the program, because we have many pre-scheduled activities up to March. After March, yes, we can think of and plan for the program.
Madam, but most of the program is like basic programs, whatever the ICT programs are coming. Is there any technical perspective program?
There are number of technical programs. If you go to the website of the Institute NITR, you will come across civil engineering is doing for civil, electrical is doing for electrical engineering, mechanical in the mechanical area. These are other departments like education, curriculum, then rural development. We have interdisciplinary programs going on. So kindly see the website.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, over to Haveri. So I think we have already GEC Hassan. We have talked. So GEC Haveri.
Hello.
Ji.
Hello.
Ji. Hello, sir.
Can you hear me, madam?
Ji, we are able to hear you.
Very good evening, madam.
Good evening.
Behalf of Government Engineering College Haveri, we would like to thank you for allowing us to participate in this.
My pleasure, sir.
And more of, thank you, madam. We have faced a few problems
Right.
On the Tuesday second session where the presentations for the participants were there,
Right.
since maybe because of the technical problem or maybe because of the more of the centers are there, number of centers are more, we could not able to interact with you. So similarly, even the maybe other center people might have faced the same problem.
Right.
I personally feel that if the centers numbers are less, then the interaction with you people will be a better one.
Sir, I fully agree with you, and I have already talked to my director that in future I'll restrict it to 5 to 6 centers rather than going in for 18 centers. Not
Thank you.
possible to interact. Not possible.
Okay.
Thank you
Madam,
so much.
one second. One more suggestion. Most of the participants over here are from the technical side.
Right.
And more of, they have all registered for the PhD.
Right.
The topics that the sessions all went off, it is all very good. But one interesting thing is, as we are all technical staff, we will be more interested towards this data analysis and statistical and optimization techniques, where we get a chance of learning like Minitabs and design experts, such kind of software is related to this statistical and optimization would be better for our work.
Yeah. Sir, I would say then you kindly look at the O-plan of the electrical, mechanical, electronics and civil engineering and computer science department, because they have already included programs on optimization. So please have a look at that. In future, the forthcoming program, you can think of joining them for the program.
Sure,
Fine?
madam. Thank you, madam.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank you,
much. Thank you very much. Now I move on to Angade Institute of Technology. Even I'm not sure. क्योंकि मैं बोल रही थी अंगाड़ी, वो बोल रहे नहीं अंगाड़े, तो I don't know. ई आई है पीछे तो. हाँ जी, over to you in Karnataka. Okay, RV Engineering College, Bangalore.
Hello, madam.
Anji, hello.
I am Dr. Linga Hiramat, Assistant Professor from RV College of Engineering.
Ji, sir.
Madam, all
go
the
ahead, sir.
sessions were.
Sir,
all the
aapki
sessions.
8 minutes. There is a bandwidth problem. Anji, please. Go ahead.
As earlier suggestions, I repeat same the thing. Just before the start of the session, better to give the reference material, madam, for that talk.
Okay, handout.
Lab sessions is
Fine.
related labs are
Fine, sir. That will be
madam,
done.
it's very
And I'm
informative.
sending a
Yes,
copy right now. Fine. Any other suggestion? मुझे लगता है
Thank
आपकी
you, madam.
bandwidth की प्रॉब्लम है. Thank you so much. Over to Beats, College of Engineering, Beats, Polytechnic College, Beats. Can we have the feedback? हाँ जी, बॉम्बे दा अपना महाराष्ट्र, Beats. हाँ जी, go ahead. Anybody who would like to provide the feedback?
Hello, madam.
हाँ जी, hello.
Hello. Can you listen to me?
हाँ जी, we are able to hear you.
Hello. Can you listen to me?
हाँ जी, we are able to listen to you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I am Dr. Yamma Lohre.
हाँ जी.
The content regarding research methodology is good, and all the participants are satisfied with these contents.
Okay.
Much of them are presently registered for the PhD and doing the same job.
Okay.
Most helping in their careers.
Okay. Sir, any suggestion from your side?
Suggestion.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
हाँ जी, good afternoon.
Sir, Bansure UV from GP Government Polytechnic Field.
Government.
What are the topics covered or session covered for such a lengthy program that is research methodology? It is very vast.
but our professors have covered very good information within 13 sessions. I appreciate it. Again, I will repeat some suggestions. There should be some exercise work from participants.
Okay.
Again, I will repeat. First of all, at the starting the session, there should be handouts or any material which should be provided to participants.
Okay.
Again, there should be presentation for for individuals.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I think the 3 suggestions are important. Provision of the handout, practice tasks and exercises for the participants, and presentation by the participants. Thank you so much. Now, I think we are left with Merit Institute of Engineering and Technology. Merit.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hanji, good afternoon.
This is Rocky Sachan. Overall, the program or workshop was very good. We have got most of the areas which are basic for research methodology.
Right.
Can we have a workshop related to statistical tools for analysis of data?
Okay, sir, I think this is the suggestion given by many of the participants.
No, not using SPSS. Not using SPSS, without SPSS.
Okay,
Yeah.
without we can include and we can have one 5 days program on simply statistical analysis, which we deal with the various descriptive and inferential tools, the techniques, and then go into details of those. When we apply and what are the results and how to interpret those. Yes, that can be held. That can be held, and we would like to plan that for the next TO plan. That is starting from April 2017 onwards.
Right, ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the suggestion. Any other suggestion from your center, sir?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Abhilash here.
Anji, good afternoon.
Ma'am, last year you conducted a workshop on RM for 2 weeks.
Ji.
Ma'am, several of our faculty members much appreciated that one, and they want to join once again for 2 weeks. Because in that one, ma'am, so many tasks were there.
Yeah.
We present our research problems and literature survey and other things. That means very much, it was very much helpful for our faculty members.
Okay, so maybe
you can arrange for 2 weeks.
Fine. So again, I would say maybe in the next TO plan, 2 weeks. Whenever we are dealing with RM, 1 week is not sufficient with tasks, exercises. So we'll go for 2 weeks program.
In May, ma'am.
That Abhilashji, I am noting down maybe a program on May in RM, on RM, that we'll see, because we are still in the process of finalizing our operational plan.
Okay,
so
ma'am.
I'll see if we can plan it in the month of May.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining. Okay, go ahead with the क्या रह क्या गया, अब कौन सा इंस्टीट्यूट रह गया?
हेलो हेलो
जी
मैम, गांधी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज ओडिशा भुवनेश्वर.
गांधी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज जी, प्लीज गो अहेड.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
This 5-day course is very fruitful session, and learning is also. Hello.
Hanji, बोलिए please.
All the 5-day course content is very knowledgeable session, and basically that literature survey presentation with various centers. So we have got so many ideas over the how to write research paper and how to include that conclusion, bibliography, difference between bibliography, conclusion, and the abstract definition. So basically this total course, 1 week ICT course on research methodology is very brief, and this is very benefit to all faculty members of our participants, our college side participants, because they also appear in this month UGC NET exam, where research methodology is one paper, and they also get a benefit of from this course by attending. And another one, ma'am, that particularly one content is like a data analysis using SPSS. So it's a more sessionable, knowledgeable for us. But if that same thing to be applied for computer science for any application, then it's a more benefit.
Okay. So,
From our college side, on behalf of our college, I'm thankful to total NITT administration to accept our request to be a remote center for this course, especially you, ma'am, as a course coordinator, to support us, to accept our request being a nodal center of this course. Thank you. And from our side, another participants, our college student Kumar sharing experiences over this course.
thank you very much. Now, if any other institution is left.
Hello.
Yes, Hanji, please go ahead. Ji, sir. Engineering College, Karwar, if you are there, kindly give the quick feedback.
Hello.
Ji.
Hello. Myself Suren Saw from Gandhi Engineering College, Bhubaneswar.
Okay.
Madam, is the SPS very
Switch off the mic, please. There's a lot of disturbance now coming in. Ji.
Hello.
Hanji, boliye.
The SPSS that is related to any statistical tools actually, but how to implement our data mining applications in SPSS. But if SPSS is used for any data mining application, if there is some specific category wise.
So, sir, that I have to check up with the computer science department, and we'll get back to you after getting the information from computer science, because I'm not from that field, so I cannot right now answer your question.
Okay.
Ma'am, another suggestion that hello. Ma'am, another suggestion for any hard documents, handouts.
Yeah, I'll be sending the soft copy to the coordinator, and you can circulate that soft copy to all other members for reading purposes. So I'll be sending, sir. I collected, but in the process I forgot. Anji, I'll be sending that. So friends, SRM University, are you there?
Madam Ji, Karwar, we are waiting.
हाँ जी कारवार बोलिए जी.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for giving us a chance. Actually, we are sitting.
हाँ जी बताइए.
Yeah, we are able to attend this beautiful session on research methodology. We thank you NITTR and as well as SPFU Karnataka for giving us a chance. We have few suggestions for you. One was like the last session on SPSS tool, which is a statistical tool. We just wanted to clarify, like instead of giving a session on that, can you give any session on open source tool, probably so that everyone afforded to it. I mean, all the faculty members could have access to it.
I think that can be included. Open source tools which are available, fine. That can be included. Fine. Yeah. Any other suggestions, sir?
Yeah, and we all hope that you are going to share the course materials to us.
I'll be sending to the coordinator, and he can share the copy with all of you.
And our center members are not happy because they did not get a chance to give their research problem presentation on Tuesday.
Sir, you can send me through email. I am having for another institution also, Gandhi Engineering College. So I'll be sending you the comments.
That will be great, madam. And the sessions, yeah, and experimental research and sampling techniques were really beautiful. I mean, it was really helpful for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other member would like to speak from Karwar?
Any other members? 1 minute, madam. Madam, good afternoon.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hanji, we are able to hear you.
I'm the secretary from government.
Hello.
Hanji, please go ahead.
Ma'am, this is Jairaj from Nitya Meenakshi Institute of Technology.
Yes, sir.
We found that the workshop research methodology is highly informative, and the manner in which you connected with us was full of empathy and kindness, ma'am.
Thank you.
And eminent research persons made this workshop more informative, and we all walked away with a new set of skills, ma'am.
Okay. Thank
Now
you.
we feel more confident, more prepared in the area of research methodology.
Okay. Any
Few suggestions, ma'am. Like the technical problems, like sometimes it is not visible and audible. Other than that, the workshop is full of energy and informative, ma'am.
Okay. So,
And one of my
Hanji, please.
my colleague wants to share his experience here, ma'am.
Sure, sure.
Hello, ma'am. Prashant here from Nitya Management.
Hanji.
One request. Can you, for the next time, can you give hands-on experience on this latex software, which is extensively used by latex, latex software?
Hanji, latex. Yeah. So let me explore, and then we'll see if somebody is expertise is available. Sure.
Okay, okay, ma'am. And can you give any contact details, ma'am? Because if we have any doubts in future, to contact you and get it clarified.
Contact details of whom?
Any resource persons regarding this research methodology who are experts in this field.
I think I'll be sending the list to the coordinator.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of our college management, I'd like to thank you for this workshop.
So thank you very much. So friends, at the end, I take this opportunity to propose a formal vote of thanks. This 5-day experience had been very rewarding for all of us. And as you have given us the feedback, there are a number of suggestions which you have given to us to improve the quality of the program. All your suggestions are welcome. In case you have any further suggestion to make for the program, please take the email ID from the coordinator of the program and drop a line, and we'll try to ensure that our forthcoming programs through video conferencing have all those inputs inbuilt into the program on research methodology. And the problems which we have faced on account of the technical difficulties, we'll try to work out at our end so that in future we don't encounter these problems and we are able to interact. And I would like to ensure greater interaction with the participants by restricting the number of the colleges with which we network for a particular program. Only then we are able to achieve our objectives. So at the end, I would like to thank all the coordinators from the centers who were there with us, SRM University, Dr. Atul Kumar and Mr. Atishay Mittal, GJMT, Dr. Aneet and Mr. AK Mittal and Uma Shankar, from then ABES Engineering College, Dr. Sumendra Shukla, CET, IILM, Miss Anuradha and Miss Swati Singh. Then we had Indraprasth Engineering College, Priyanka D. Gupta. Then Government Engineering College, Haveri, Dr. Jagdish Kori and Professor Dullappa Chavan. Then Angade Institute of Technology, Belgaum, Professor Kiran J. Potdar. SPFU convener Dr. M.B. Patil and Shrimati Pavitra. Then Government Engineering College, Hassan, Dr. Manjunath and Mr. Anaya and Mr. Rajesh. Then RV College, Dr. Ramakant and Mr. Umesh. Niti Mukesh Institute of Technology, Dr. Madhusudan, Mr. Harish Kumar. Model Institute of Technology, Taru Mahajan and Deepak. GEC Karwar, Dr. Snehal Shantla and Mr. Mitesh Kumar. Government Polytechnic Beat, Professor Sachin Agam. Career Point University, Saurabh. Mulana University, Dr. Rajshri Khare and Dr. Kuldeep Singh. And then we had Ganga Institute of Technology and Management, Mr. Puneet Garg, and Gandhi Engineering College, Dr. Santosh Satpathy. I am also extending my heartfelt thanks to all the technical persons who were providing the support at various network centers, and my own staff members from ETV department, Harjot, Deepika and Monica, for providing the technical support during the program to make it success. And last but not the least, the principals, the directors, they owe my heartfelt gratitude, because if the faculty had not been sponsored for the program, we couldn't even execute the project. And then all the faculty members, as they have expressed, especially the 7 we had in ETV studio, we had somebody to look at and then involve them. I think the questions which were raised by the participants at various centers, though the interaction was limited, but still that generated discussion and aroused the enthusiasm of other person. So I am thankful to all faculty colleagues who have participated in the program. And last but not the least, all faculty and staff members who have worked behind the scenes to make this program a success. So thank you very much, all the best. And you can send email if you want any clarification from any member of the group which have interacted with you during these 5 days. So thank you. See you in some subsequent program. So,
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Yes.
क्या लिखे? बोलो.
Here is the madam.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Career University. Now a pleasant duty to perform. I request all the coordinators to send me all the documents on Monday or Tuesday, so that I'm able to process the payment of honorarium and to the coordinators and the technical supporting staff, as well as the government colleges which have to submit all the bills. They are requested to do it next week so that they can be taken at as early as possible. Thank you very much. And once again, happy Lodi to all of you. Enjoy yourself and be energetic tomorrow.